they have home.
Yeah, it's the longest of all of them, yeah.
Okay, commissioners, the meeting is live.
All right. Well, good morning. Welcome to the May 8th meeting of the Riley County Commission. Please stand and join the pledge, please.
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To get our marathon started here. Any public comment? No. All right. You're up.
See, Monday afternoon, I chaired a special meeting of the Flint Hills Metropolitan Organization via Zoom. After a short welcome and some public comments, the only action item was approval of the 2024 Transportation Improvement Program Amendment number 7. It's going to allow Big Lakes Development, who ironically we heard from earlier in the day, the proper timelines to work with the state on the replacement of buses, which obviously our funding kind of helps. So it's kind of one-on-one there. So there's a specific statutory requirement, as a lot of things are, I guess, to do that. So we had to have a special meeting to fit in that time frame to get that over to KDOT, which we did. We also took some time to discuss the 2025 Transportation Emissions Reduction Strategy, or TIERS, if you want to go with the abbreviation, and calls for potential projects, and then we adjourned. I think the meeting was officially 7 minutes. That's the shortest MPO meeting that I can remember. 7 minutes long. So we'll meet again on May 21st for a full meeting. Tuesday and Wednesday, I had a couple of very long days at work, and I'm really exhausted today, to be exact. Got a lot done and caught up on several ongoing projects, which is great, but still not really ahead. So the work will continue. Because I worked late yesterday afternoon, I unfortunately missed the ribbon cutting ceremony at the new Flint Hills Breadbasket over on the west side of town. But judging by the attendance, pictures, and videos, it must have went very, very well. And it's been an ongoing project for about a year now, making that transition. So happy for them. When I get a chance and the dust settles, I'll take time to go over there and talk to Carla and take a tour and get caught up on everything. I don't know if anybody else went or not, but
Yeah. I didn't know about ribbon cut.
oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of popped up on the radar there, but they kind of made that fast transition. Remember, it's the old furniture store out on the west side of town there. They sold the building and
Furniture warehouse. right?
yes.
And that's not far from, it's not really on the west side.
Yeah, it's over on Skyview. It's just about back behind Briggs.
No,
Yeah,
is it clear out there? I
Yeah.
thought it was the one here in town that was by Briggs in town.
Mm-mm.
That
Yeah,
was the
run
furniture
out.
warehouse.
Cross whatever that road is. What is it?
Rosencutter.
Oh, okay, they said Skyview and then they said,
Well, Rosencutter and then peels off onto Skyview there. Yeah. They've been working on this for about a year because I remember being at the official, I won't say groundbreaking, but official discussion, I guess, when they were doing that. It was about a year ago, in like late May or early June. So they've been working on it for quite some time. So happy for them. I think that's going to give them the space they need and the direction they need to go to move goods and services around. Then last night, had some friends come into town I haven't seen since early December. Had dinner over at Texas Roadhouse. Always hit and miss there. Sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's not so good. And last night was actually the time it was really good. So had a chance to catch up and reminisce times in the past, you know how that goes with friends. So and then took some time last night to work through some of the budget requests we'll be going through today and just other items in advance of the meeting. So doesn't sound like a lot, but it's been a lot.
Okay, well, my week's been kind of different. Tuesday morning, I had an appointment with my primary care physician, went over a lot of things. And then that afternoon, I had a long worship committee meeting at the church. And then later went to the chiropractor, which was a good thing, actually. And then I reviewed some documents that I had, for the upcoming meetings next week. Anyway, I had a lengthy dental appointment. Fortunately, it's the last one for a while. Most today, I reviewed today's meeting documents, the 2026 budget information, from the various county departments and outside agencies. Later I had a water PT session and that went well too. In the evening, I practiced with our church bell choir and reviewed more documents, read emails, and spent some time talking on the phone. And that's about it. This is awfully loud out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What are they doing?
Just when
I thought
Chris
I was
is
coming
trying
from
to
the
hear the
audio system,
echo.
like, what is
What
quiet?
are they doing?
I think the audio system's working.
That's, I'm sure it's that.
To get through right there.
Okay.
We're working on sound. Okay.
Okay, they can,
Just smile, guys, you're on camera.
Yeah.
I think it's locked on the way back in though, so you'll have to knock
Gotta
to get
smile, you're on
back.
camera.
Then when it got.
All right. Be a long day.
Yeah.
Longer than you thought, huh?
Yeah. After our meeting Monday, I had a brief meeting with Brittany and then with Jacob about some different items coming up in our meetings. Then I had a meeting with Vivian also about a lot of miscellaneous business here. Wednesday, I met with Rich Vargo to discuss some personnel issues we're dealing with. And then kept reviewing the stacks of budget information coming in.
Yeah,
We'll be continuing to. come.
Yeah, oh, I know. We've got a couple of weeks of it. That's all. We go ahead and start business.
Ready? A lot of business. Discuss joint city county meeting. Any topics?
Are we even having it? I mean, we're having that housing task force meeting at the same time.
I was aware of that.
Yeah.
You both just want to cancel?
it's up to the city to cancel it. isn't it?
No, I mean, we
Oh,
can
okay.
suggest it.
We can, yeah,
Don't
yeah,
have
that's a
anything in
long
mind.
day.
Suggest canceling.
Anyway,
I don't have any pressing topics, maybe
No.
other than that anyways, but it's already gonna be discussed separately. Is it at city offices or county?
city.
It is, okay.
Yeah, because we were here last time.
Oh, that's right.
Commissioners have any changes to the minutes?
Don't have anything.
I didn't see it.
Didn't either.
I would make a motion to approve the May 5th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commission. As well.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the May 5th meeting as presented. All in favor?
Aye. Other tentative agendas, with commissioners,
Kind of long.
that they are. Any items for next week's press conference? David Adams stopped by before the meetings, commissioners, and wanted to run by you if the ribbon cutting open house for the EMS ambulance facility would be okay with you on Monday, June 23rd. Approximately from 2:30 to 5. And we have intergovernmental luncheon that day as well.
I'm gonna say I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm back that day.
Okay.
My June calendar looks a lot different than my May calendar, so.
June
So
the
far.
I was just
23rd.
saying, don't change yourself.
Yeah, and so
Okay,
far.
that's June the 23rd, right?
Yeah,
That was
Thursday.
glass, and it's wood.
Oh, it is.
That works for you, John?
I think so, yeah.
That's a Monday.
Oh, yeah, Monday. I meant Monday.
And what time was it?
2:30, they're suggesting, and he's not sure, 4 to 5. Of course, you don't have to stay the time. If you want to.
Ribbon cutting at. the
Well, I've got a pen, I just got
facility.
nothing to write on.
And it's the
Need one?
EMS,
Yeah.
it's EMS facility, right?
No, I
Oh,
need
you got one?
something to write on.
That's gonna be a great day.
Motion
Putting that,
Yeah.
yeah,
That one, gotcha.
Sounds good. I'll let him know.
June 23rd, what time?
2:30 suggesting.
Okay.
So 4 or 5, he's not sure the end time.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. That's all I have, Commissioner. Yeah, Mr. Parker, 9 o'clock.
During my, and we may, out of formality, we may want to do an amendment to the agenda that I'll be asking for a follow-up executive session to discuss the terms of employment. of an employee. For instead, and that's all I'm gonna have during the admin time. So,
I can't hear us. You're saying.
Can't
okay.
hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, commissioners. Commissioners, during the admin time, during my admin time at 9, I would like to request a follow-up executive session to discuss the terms of employment of an employee. It's on something that we've talked about before, and I wanted to provide the commission with some additional updates on that. And I guess traditionally we do an agenda amendment, but
I'll go ahead and make a motion then to approve an executive session during the administrative work session time at 9 AM.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded to approve an executive session during 9 o'clock admin work session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
They fired up that engine just as you started talking. I could.
well, if we didn't have such a long agenda, I'd go ask them to cut it out, but that'd mean they'd have to leave for most of the day.
No.
That can be hearing this in the afternoon.
Let them do what they need to do.
Probably cranking up to measure the upstairs windows.
Work their way back down.
Hey, John, while we wait a little bit, you wanna talk for
Yeah.
a little bit?
Yeah, we got you.
Grab my note.
Raising people up tonight.
Yeah.
Are they properly tied off?
I didn't go out there, you know, I would get underneath. I would hope so. But they're not up there.
Everybody.
Will be.
Yeah,
Well, not at this end, at the other end.
the other end.
Well, the fourth floor's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Father, coming this morning, she got, I forwarded her the, urging her from the board. from the- And she called and she said, she was gonna call Susan, but apparently with the cards, when you rip off the perforation and send it, all their information is on that, with their date of birth and all their stuff. She said, that's, somebody can.
Some people, we get calls with people concerned, that's a form from the state.
Yeah.
It's a state
We
required
should have
form.
folded it some other way or else
Yeah,
provided a return.
We do have
envelope.
other people that have concerns
Yeah.
with that, yeah, for
And
sure.
I said, wow, you know, and I said, stick it in an envelope.
And that's what we tell people.
Yeah,
That's what we tell people.
oh, it's if you change your address for,
When they don't vote in a general election 2 times, then
Oh,
they
you
get
said-
a blue card is what
See
we
if they
call
want
it.
to, yeah,
To
see
see
if
if
they
they're
want to
still a
keep.
legitimate voter or not, still.
but when you tear the perforation off and you send a postcard, it's got all your information on there.
Oh,
Date of birth and signature and, you know, all this stuff. I don't want to say, I said, put it in an envelope. So I'm on my way to work. I gotta go back and get it out of the mailbox. It's okay. So she said,
Yeah, that's
I
what
told
a
her
lot
I'd
of
bring
people
it up.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you gotta follow the SOS guidance on those things.
That's, the state ought to be more careful.
Yeah, for sure.
Because then we get
Very
this-
sensitive about it.
Of
for
course,
sure.
it used to
Oh,
be,
no, we
you'd
do.
get your electric and your water bill, it was just a postcard with all your information right there.
Be that. But, yeah, the state on it, yeah, and then we get all the calls. the state
Oh,
does it.
yeah,
So,
exactly. Yep, we have had other calls on that very subject.
oh, okay, I'll have to tell her.
Yep, for sure.
Of course, she's under a lot of stress right now, working for the federal government. Anything sets her off.
Here following, you might hear things you. Because we had a couple of guys.
I had a complaint
Had a
from the
mouth.
health department on, well, you might have been at the meeting, or you might have missed that meeting, but, the ladies were complaining because, right outside of their window, there was a bunch of severe cursing going on. And one day they set the concrete forms, the next day they were ripping them out, and one supervisor was not. And they heard some colorful language.
Yeah, that's one that was my miss, but yeah. They said something about putting them in. And we always had remind them, you're working at the school. Remember, you're working at the school now. And then the hospital, we did a lot of work at both places, but yeah, remind them, no, be careful.
That's the way Blake's first job was, working for Rick Renario Concrete, Derek's bait shop. Yes, commercial concrete. They are hardcore. I just happened to kind of strike a friendship with Rick years ago. Trying to get Blake a job at age 15, which you can't do. Yeah, farmers won't hire any more, so they use everything. They do everything on a capital tractor, and so he hired Blake on. Said, sure, driving in that. Then we was saying, guys, I did construction. It's a bunch of guys passed a lot of those guys are in illegal substances. And she goes, concerned also, would rather he go through that experience. This is cute. Out us here or with us here, because he's gonna get exposed to it at some point. in
It
time.
happened. Yeah, it happens.
What's it say?
Safety.
When at that meeting we had, I went up there, they were out of these. So I said, he said, I'll send you some. He sends me one, he sends me another pen with the head on it.
Oh,
Oh, I got two of those.
like the suit with that purple.
Yeah, right. It's funny. I bought
He
this.
got the memo. I guess nobody else did.
You two in cahoots?
I guess.
No, I bought this shirt because we were planning on doing like family colors, family photos. And I had to buy one. I was like, well, I might as well buy a shirt that I don't. They were supposed to be solid colors. And this one, if you can't tell, it's probably white in it too. So I was really dancing with getting yelled at by them by not having solid colors.
Whitening?
Yeah,
it's
it's a little- what-
the eyes definitely can't tell that. Okay.
Yeah. Yep, I got away with it.
That's the main.
Yep.
Okay.
Had trouble getting it to work the other day. The day I found it's the universe, turn it off and turn it back on, and it came. That's what I had the other day when I couldn't get it to go.
I was gonna say the sound system's probably impacting it.
Yeah. It's mad. It doesn't like the noise.
Stuff. I'm gonna kill a lot of trees today.
Yeah, I was gonna put a bunch of that stuff.
Sorry, I know I contributed greatly to that number.
Well, all the budget stuff.
Oh, that's like,
Fortunately,
I
it's
could
printer
print
fronts
at
front
home.
and back now, so they're not separate sheets. I'm not
Right.
gonna have a folder. It's like this thick. this year.
Except, a lot of times they just want to see they'll print it
Yeah.
at home. But no, not this stack today. Can we get pictures?
Got to be properly tied off after 6 feet.
I'm sure you pictures from that angle.
Yeah.
Guy that you'll appreciate this being the guy that my son worked for. How they started out with concrete, then he went DNR. A couple of the brothers there split up. Did their own work. Okay. Plenty of construction. Son worked for them, and he helped with someone Blake's house.
Yeah.
It was, geez, probably 2 months ago. They were working on a really steep roof.
Oh.
And guys went down to nail toe boards, and he had just told you guys he owns the company now. He see, so double check those toe boards. This guy flies around like, well, it's Spider-Man. He's just nuts up there. Toe board went out. He still can't walk to this day. He's had several surgeries and I check on him every once in a while. So he hasn't started therapy yet.
Oh.
The toe board went, he went.
Brother, he worked framing for a long time. Had, it's a three-story building, but it had a steep roof, and on top of that, they had a forklift with sheeting up there. And they had the first row in there. They went pull the sheet off and turn around, and got a gust of wind, blew him off. He lit on the forks, which saved him, but he was hurting for a while, but better than dropping 3 stories, but he had cracked ribs and everything else from landing, but it's better than falling all the way down, but
Yeah,
Speaking of 3
for a while.
stories, worked in a framing crew, I don't think this was 03 or 04, when they were building Pebblebrook out there for IKEA. We were setting trusses. And we were down on the end. The truss swung around. Guy that was, I can't remember his name, I think his name was Gary, was on the end of the corner over there, was holding it, and when it swung around, it launched him, and he went 3 stories down. He landed on his side, fortunately, but he was busted up really good.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're not gonna be alive.
yeah. We thought he wasn't for a second.
Yeah, there was a, I can show you the apartment complex over there on Anderson. It's like a block to the west of campus. I worked at, I told you, the old home store lumber company.
I remember the
It
home
was,
store.
delivering sheetrock to the 3rd floor there on a scissor truck all the way up. And so there was 2 guys on the balcony and I was the one on the scissor truck handing it across there. Yeah, we weren't tied off.
No, we didn't. That's what on. And what one of I worked both those 2 tall banks is the one that has the restaurant on top. And well, the top, it's the floor below the top floor is the kitchen that Hell had Corey Tyler there. So they had, it was one of those outside elevators going out. Then they just had a sheet of plywood brace stuff and load up these flatbed parts, wheel it in. And we spent all day moving with the tile. We had a whole truck up there. The first time we went up, okay, I mean, I'd been up and down the elevator. When it opened up and you get this heavy cart, it opens up, looks like there's a crack about this wide between you and the front. And it's not, you roll right over it. But the first time up there, because it's 15.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it was.
That's
First time
nice
up there, it goes, eek, but once you got it, then the rest of the, after the first 1 or 2, it was wheel back and forth.
Yep.
We tied up the elevator from everybody else most of the day, trying to get all that stuff up there.
A long and noisy day.
What are they even working on out there?
Measuring the windows,
Oh,
measuring the windows for the replacements.
okay.
Well, and they're gonna go all the way around.
Yeah.
Well,
Hopefully.
eventually they'll get all
hopefully
this
they go
done and then it won't
Go
matter.
the other
Hopefully
way.
they go down the pack.
Is this something you can actually blame on, Catherine?
Yeah.
What? Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Just kidding. It's progress, right?
It's
Progress
it's just a little out.
of all
Of
days.
course, they're gonna do it on one of
Of all
our
days.
Exactly.
They hear you.
days.
I think John coordinated this. so
Yeah.
we should have talked about it. Element.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is he on today?
I think he is at some point.
Hey, I foresee a budget reduction.
Well, he isn't on the list today, don't he?
Hopefully
We'll have to
less
call-
than at least.
We'll see how many windows have they got up there on this.
There is a lot.
Yeah.
There is a lot.
So it's probably gonna be all morning, maybe not the afternoon.
Well, depends if they move this, whether they go this way or this way.
May request I go this way first.
That's the way it's done like this, they just replace the windows, but there's a lot of work that goes into the pre-stuff.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
That's why on our projects, when we're replacing windows and stuff, I try to get as close as I can on the rough opening, replacing windows, the other way. Yeah, it's not too big, not too small.
You just never know when you tear the other ones out, what
Yeah.
you're gonna find.
The ones that are really fun to tear out is the basements, the old ones where they framed in with concrete.
Mhm.
I mean, with
Yeah.
metal into the concrete.
Yeah.
They're-
Delete that one.
Mine up at placing storm windows. Because the measurements you give them aren't exactly. I think I'm measuring here and they're figuring measurements to here and
Uh-huh. Definitely, storm windows fit right.
because they don't,
Mhm.
you know.
Remember the one morning I think it was a Thursday morning, we were in here, it was like May of 20 and got that big rainstorm. We had that river
They
come
had
through
that
there.
line up, there's
Yeah.
towels still there at the bottom
Yeah.
just because of that. I mean, water was running in.
It ran all the way past the front end of those chairs over there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just strong enough and a strong enough rain
The
and
right,
wind
yeah, right
combination,
wind.
and it was pouring.
Could you imagine this room during the 51 flood?
Mhm.
There's gotta be like a water line or somewhere.
Maybe.
Was this here? This building? Here then.
I don't know when this building was built, it'd be easy to look up on GIS, but I know during the 66 tornado, Commissioner Ron Wells' wife worked at the switch station
Oh, she
for
was with
Southwest.
Really?
Bell, and they said, you're safe in there, because that's why they built this. She was
Yeah.
the only one in the building being sure communication was going during that tornado.
Yeah, this is a solid building.
Yeah.
That's why this building is built so stout, because it was a Southwestern Bell
Yeah, it
building.
was the phone
Protect the
phone
equipment.
central for the whole town.
Mhm.
Came through here.
Probably the county.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, they probably have the party lines and all that.
Yeah, Commissioner Ron Wells working on a wood project. from the sun, so. Talked to him the other day. Still sounds good, still drag racing. Great.
Yeah, I bet
It's crazy.
he's never gonna quit that, I'm sure.
He was just putting in a new carburetor system, that way he'd get more speed out of his farm. He's only running about 700 horsepower right now.
Only?
Huh?
Is that only?
Yeah,
Only?
he's 80, and when he was here, he was, I don't know, mid-70s or so, and his reaction time was still beating all the young guys. That's what amazed me. His reaction time was unreal, getting off the
Are we ready? Okay. Nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll move that the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Foki, and Commissioner Ford with Bryant Parker, County Counselor, and Jacob Hansen, Deputy County Counselor, attorneys for the commission, recess into executive session on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing the terms of an employment of an employee and to protect the privacy of the employee in the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:20 a.m.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for reasons previously stated. Under the performance matter of non-elected personnel exception, the Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The meeting is live.
I'll move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
We moved and moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the, oh, we didn't make any, did we? Okay, no binding action was actually taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
We moved and seconded, the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I also have a secondary motion to make, adding a second executive session to the 10:30 time after the first executive session that we'll make. That'll be just the Board of County Commissioners only.
I second that.
We moved and seconded to split the executive session schedule at 10:30 into two separate meetings. All in favor?
Aye.
So I just want to be clear that I understand you're adding a second executive session after you have the one that's already scheduled at 10:30.
Right, we're just
Okay,
gonna
just
divide
wanna
it,
be
but
sure.
he said that.
It's not gonna
We're
take
gonna
the full
divide up
time,
time. First one, he said isn't gonna take that long, and we're gonna have.
Okay. Sounds good.
and it's just Board of County Commissioners.
Just the
only.
three of us.
Just want to be sure I understood.
Well, what again?
Time for Brittany, Commissioners.
Good for the fingers, actually.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I didn't see come in.
We're just fooling around.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present my monthly cash flows. So this first one is for economic development. You can see no revenue was brought in the month of April, but we did have actually a negative expenditure of negative $737.08. And that is because we had a credit on one of our invoices from the month prior. And so it always processes kind of a monthly. And so we had a credit back and we charged that to the expense line. So that's why that's negative. Next, we have county building cash flows. Just like March, we brought in another $43.50. And since that's kind of unusual, I wrote down actually for both March and April, there were payments of $33.50 from Pawnee for the building restitution. And then in March, somebody lost their badge, which is $10. And then same thing in April, somebody lost their fob, which does the same thing as the badge. So funny enough, that happened 2 months in a row. And then we had total,
Money.
yeah. Yeah, anytime an employee loses their badge or something, they have to pay for it. And so total expenditures for the month of April is $22,345, bringing the unencumbered cash balance to $363,206. CIP, we brought in $325,858 in revenue, which is interest. And then we had $336,193 in expenditures, bringing the unencumbered cash balance to $29,530,826. We did make one little change on the CIP that I wanted you guys to be aware of, because we had these elevator projects, but we bid them all out together. So we had one that was approved in 23, and then you approved 2 other projects in 24. So we just combined them all into one line. So if you see that, that's why we did that. We just did that this week, actually. So. And when we get the reports the invoices and stuff, they're not breaking it out by building either. So we just thought it was easier. Half-cent sales tax, we spent $12,367 in the month of April, bringing our unencumbered cash balance to $6,234,371. In our other sales tax, we brought in $193,537 with no expenditures at this time, bringing our unencumbered cash balance to $5,712,293. Any questions on any of those? Okay. Thank you, Commissioners.
Chamber at 9:30. Morning, everyone from the chamber.
Okay, brought the whole gang today.
Yeah, who's running the office?
Am I good to plug in a PowerPoint?
You bet.
Yeah.
Not quiet out there.
Is that still off?
Must be break time.
Over here.
This one. Oh, oh.
Maybe they're going back over here.
You'd think you'd still hear that noisy machine.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult. Yeah, it's still a little. No. Well, because the invitation didn't say who he was. Yeah, no, no, he's. Okay, good.
Yeah,
He will actually, it's crazy because he will leave right before they all deploy. So it's like when they do their mass deployment, he'll train them all up and then say.
Oh, crap, who was it? I thought,
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's okay. It was a full house. We're kind of scrambling. But good. And then the next one, June will be on, right? So, yep. Yep.
Run back-to-back agenda items.
Hmm.
So we get to run back-to-back agenda items.
Oh, you are. Yeah.
Sure, Folky, did you get your pad? Were you able to get your?
No,
Okay,
I was there the day before and.
okay, wasn't, okay, they're all ready.
Cause I went to the concert out there.
Okay, yeah, they're all ready now, so.
Are they ready?
Yep.
I just have to go pick them up.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to go. That's on my list of things to do too.
What, oh, the new-
Take a staff
Yeah.
ride and just all go get them together.
Seconds.
25.
Go by the computer, that.
Go by-
clock,
on the
you know,
computer,
Old
it'll-
fashioned.
Oh.
Oh, you
that's
took it
shown
off.
now.
Okay. You are up.
But
All right, Commissioner McKinley, Chairman McKinley, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. For our annual budget request, I'm Darren Solden, Director of Economic Development at the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm joined this morning by Jason Smith, President and CEO of the Chamber, Christian Bishop, who is our Military Relations Manager, and Stephanie Pierce, the Executive Director of Innovate 24, that leads our entrepreneurship and small business development efforts in the region. So I'm going to just highlight a couple things and receive the official funding request letter. I'm going to highlight a couple things here on some of the slides and provide a little bit more detail specific to the request, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions as well. So see, if you look back over the course of the last several decades, there are significant amount of jobs projects that also have significant impact, positive impact on the county. Things that have happened on the north side of campus, things that have happened out by the airport and the business park, and other low projects that generate in excess of $250,000 in real property tax that goes to the county. We have also heard and noted this in the letter, obviously talking with all of you, and we always appreciate the feedback that things like entrepreneurship, military are incredibly important and are priorities. And that's really where this budget request focuses on. So I'm going to hit on the entrepreneurship and small business piece of it first. As mentioned, Stephanie runs Innovate 24, which is an entity that the chamber works with to provide small business services. She was just in a couple months ago talking about some of those, talking about the loan programs. These services are available countywide. A number of the loan programs through Network Kansas are available countywide. And as you note there's over $500,000 in those various different loan programs that have been approved within Riley County. The total number, if you look at all of Riley County plus the part of Manhattan that's in Pottawatomie County, and then that immediate area to the east, Blue Township area, is over $1 million. There's over $1 million of loan portfolio there. So I think that speaks to the efforts that have made over the last couple of years, and Stephanie has really turbocharged those and is moving forward, and just recently approved. And as I've noted to you, we'll, as soon as this is something that's been final disbursement has happened and we're able to talk about it publicly, we'll actually share some more information, but just recently approved a Grow Kansas loan up in Riley for a business that's located there. So excited about what's going on.
Riley?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So excited about what's going on with those programs and the fact that there's a broader usage of those programs, banks that are putting those opportunities in front of their customers. And obviously Innovate 24 is doing a great job from a administration standpoint. And a lot of those loans are approved locally too. So there's management of the local approval board and that process. Stephanie's also done some things I think really are going to streamline and improve services for our Small Business Development Center. Which will include, and I think by next month, we'll be able to come in and update you and bring along some new folks that are going to be working with Innovate 24 on those services, but consulting, entrepreneurial education. These are the boots on the ground that are getting out there, again, across the county and across the region, working with small businesses, whether it be business planning, financial projections, management, marketing, money, all of the components of running a small business. There are folks with great experience in those areas and able to provide those services. So that's obviously a key component of our overall economic development strategy, and one that I know in conversations with you all, both here and at the Rural Riley County Economic Development Advisory Board, that is something we've heard over and over again, and fully agree that that's vital to our economic well-being. So just a note on entrepreneurship and where some of those funds are coming from overall to support the program. There are dollars from the city of Manhattan. Greater Manhattan Community Foundation came in with a multi-year commitment here a couple of years ago to help support these efforts, especially that loan administration component. The county were requesting $20,000 for those efforts as part of our budget request today, and then other sources. And you can see that note there at the bottom. So this includes the Washburn University through the SBDC position, includes Pottawatomie County, and then private fundraising and sponsorships that Stephanie is making some really good progress on as well. Then taking a look over on the military relations side of things. So we appreciate all of your engagement. We see you at a number of different events, whether that's military appreciation at the rodeo, the monthly lunches, AUSA conference, past engagement on DSIP projects. Really excited about some of the things that are going on that Christian and Allison and our team are leading related to talent retention, workforce development. This is how are we getting more people to stay here after they transition from the military? How are we getting them trained up, whether that's technical education or that's going to K-State and getting getting education and getting them into the workforce in this region, making sure they're buying houses and buying vehicles and contributing to the local economy. So that's a great opportunity for us as we look at growing jobs and growing the local economy. It's a vital part of the way that we're going to have to retain talent. And so I think that's a area that has had some key developments and really excited about where that's going. The overall engagement, I think, it speaks volumes right now as well. There's a number of initiatives that Christian's working on and that the military relations group is working on with leadership at Fort Riley and maintaining those connections and the direct connections, whether it's having to do with mental health or soldier well-being or engagement within the community, are again important things to sustain this, which is this, as you all know, I'm not sharing anything you haven't seen before, but the overall impact of Fort Riley on our region and on our community is something that we absolutely cannot take for granted, and the efforts that are being done there to ensure connectivity and then ensure that we can, as I said, leverage transitioning soldiers, get them in the workforce, help grow our population, grow our economy here locally is very important. So a quick look then at where other dollars are coming from for military relations efforts. Again, part of the contract with the city, there are dollars coming in there, and then there's a significant private lift on this as well. So through Advantage Manhattan, through the Little Apple Brigade, there is a significant private lift that goes into supporting military and it goes to show that the community is invested as well. So a couple other programs just to highlight. We continue to do business attraction done under the umbrella of the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership in collaboration with Potawatomi County Economic Development, both from public and private sources. I mentioned talent and how that ties into military, but and I'll update here, a monthly update right after this on a couple key talent initiatives, both in healthcare, construction, and technical trades that are going on right now. But those are all being run under the Made for Manhattan, which is getting both public and private funding supporting it, as well as our business retention expansion program. In a market like this, you're always going to have to look towards existing business and existing business growth as a key component of your economic development strategy, and it really provides the foundation. If you look at the last couple of years, most of our job growth has come from existing businesses, and we look at that as a very good thing. If folks are choosing to invest here versus other places they might potentially be able to invest, that is good both now but also in the future. So, and this finally, an overall at the economic development budget, I've noted Advantage Manhattan. Those are the privately pledged dollars from businesses, entities, and individuals on an annual basis. Contract for economic development services from the city of Manhattan, the request that we're making here from Riley County, and then Potawatomi County's contribution through the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership for business attraction efforts. And so that works out to about $20, still $20 total in every fund invested from the county's end that's being leveraged for overall economic development efforts. And then finally, our budget request, I apologize for the mistype on a slide before where it had $30,000 for military relations, but as per the submitted letter, $35,000 for military relations and $20,000 for entrepreneurship and small business efforts, and that is the same total $55,000 as the 2025 request was. So happy to stand for any questions related to the budget presentation.
I just like the fact that we're moving some dollars over for small business, rural business. I think that's great.
Now, have you done any presentations in the rural communities, like the services you have available?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the event that was put on, and there was not one this year, but last year, that was put on by the Rural Riley County Economic Development Advisory Board that was held up in Leonardville. Yeah. Was that there was a presentation. Of course, that was brought in a national speaker, brought in some resources at the state, also had our local resources available through Innovate 24 and were presented there. So and that was an event that was significantly underwritten by the chamber as a primary sponsor. So that was a great opportunity to get out there. Then we're also do regular bank visits. We're getting out and talking to banks across the entire region, both in obviously ones that are in Manhattan, but also ones that are located in other communities or that serve the region. and presenting these loan programs and presenting the consulting services and the educational services. And I mentioned Stephanie's bringing on some new people that are going to be, James Monson, that had been the SBDC consultant, has moved on to another role. And so bringing on some new people to provide those services. And I'm just really excited about how experienced and qualified they are. And so once they're on board here over the next month or so, they'll be getting out in the community and visiting and
Going up into the rural
Absolutely.
communities and maybe a specific time where people can come in and. fill things
Absolutely.
in.
Yep. And we don't, obviously, any connections that any of you could help us make there. I feel like there's good relationships, but anytime, obviously coming from a county commissioner, it's always nice if you say, hey, there's some resources and we'd like to get someone up in front of a community group or in front of a local business owner or group of bankers, whatever it might be. We're happy to do that.
You can do it.
All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We will wait for our appointed time to
Minutes.
give our monthly update. Thank you.
Sure.
Yesterday was the first day I went out packing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stuff.
I think it's, yeah, it's,
doing what it needs to be.
I hope it's.
Yeah.
But that's good. I mean, I'm not doing huge yard work stuff.
Yeah.
That counts. I do miss me cutting the grass. Nobody does it.
Like that, from my pet surgery, she can't go do all this year. This looked like a golf course, but I'm sure it's gonna drive him nuts to
Yeah.
not be the one out there doing it.
Yeah, he had the fusion.
No, he doesn't. It's my hip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough.
I'm sure it's, because he's. He's lost 2 now. He was 6'5" and now he's about 6'3", so things are.
Yeah, I don't want to get much shorter.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Really? I've lost that range. Just settling that.
Yeah. I haven't. So,
So the same height.
same height.
Oh. Well, I don't wear the high heels anymore.
Now, so we get 2 that are both. I think it's probably been taller. 6'5" or 6'6", but they're, and they're 70%. My
was always
my
5.
dad wasn't tall, but he lost. So, yeah, he lost.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
My daughter always getting to 5. I said, I'm 5'5", and she says, I'm 5'5". It's when you look at somebody. Two help. So that's where they didn't have it. 1 at 10, 1 at 11 at 5.
Why they do that.
We told them to train together.
Yeah. Well, I think they count the appropriations separately in the
The
agenda.
budget request separate, but still.
Darren, You can go ahead.
Sticks in there? Yeah.
We've had them left there. They speak lounge.
Oh, did you just want to?
Oh, yeah, we brought a different jacket to wear for this. Time on the computer.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, it's
All
good.
right. Chairman McKinley and Commissioners, it's good to be back. Darren
Been a
Soul,
long time.
Economic Development, the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
Giving our monthly updates. Always appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk, and we've got some great stuff to cover today. So 3 things for me. First off, obviously the recent announcement of PTMW's expansion into the market. Obviously not in Riley County, but in the city limits of Manhattan over at Building K. So that spec building, just a reminder, that was that's a local developer that leveraged a relatively new city program to construct a speculative industrial building. And that's now fully leased by PTMW out of Topeka. So they're going to be making metal skids that ultimately feed into their component part that go into data centers. And so they get all of the wiring and the conduit and everything hooked up to it. And then servers go into that. And then that entire piece makes up a modular unit that gets put into data centers. So obviously a growing industry and one that it's really exciting to have them expanding into this market. They're actually doing a major expansion in Topeka right now. They're up to almost 1 million square feet over there. And we'll be going into the 112,000 square feet here. So just wrapping that up and doing some work to the building and are planning to be operational yet this year. So I think that's great for our region. Great opportunities at Manhattan Area Technical College on the technical training side and beyond. So, and remember, MATC now has a welding lab up on Fort Riley on base. So that's a big deal too, as we talk about transitioning soldiers. We sent invites out. Hope you've gotten them, but would invite you to come to the Advantage Manhattan Investor Breakfast on the 22nd. In the morning, we're going to have PTMW there to share a little bit more about their project, and so it'll be a good opportunity to meet them and learn some more about that project. Second off, just want to highlight a couple events that have happened over the past month. One hosted a really region-wide health fair back in early last month at the Manhattan Town Center. This was something that came out of a healthcare industry roundtable group that George Kant on the chamber team manages, and is an opportunity both for healthcare employers across the region to get the word out about jobs they have, as well as to promote services and health and well-being. And so there was a broad spectrum of people in the healthcare industry that were there. It was a great event, ran all morning and most of the afternoon. And so I want to thank the healthcare providers in the market, but B, just to remind everybody that obviously as healthcare continues to grow in this area and become more and more of a regional hub for healthcare services, the employment piece of that, the workforce piece of that's incredibly important. And so the third thing I wanted to highlight that dovetails with that is that our talent strategies manager, Allison Muth, worked with Higher Paths and with other partners, including Potawatomi County Economic Development, school districts, to put on a Higher Paths Career Hunt event that was hosted up at the K-State Student Union last month. This brought together 300 seventh graders from around the region and gave them opportunities to engage with professionals, with businesses. We had 27 businesses from around the region volunteer to be part of that. But a lot of it focused around the whole Higher Paths initiative. A lot of it focused around technical trades. And so again, healthcare, construction, manufacturing, welding, the whole electrician, the whole gamut. But that's a big deal, getting 300 students out as seventh graders, directly connected with businesses, get them thinking, because they're only a year or two away from being able to step into those high school career tech ed programs at the high schools. For those of you that were our last policy breakfast meeting and heard Chris Hoburn from USD 383 talk about the numbers, how they're hitting record numbers in those different programs up at Manhattan High. That's really good news. I think for us locally, there are going to be jobs, continue to be jobs in those spaces, and we need to be filling those. So that interest is great. And that career hunt event there was also some marketing that went along with that through Higher Paths. So we're really pushing healthcare and construction trades and trying to create awareness at a broader level, not just Manhattan, not just Riley County, but a broader regional level for high school students that could come to MATC And so that's a recruitment effort to try to bring students here to get their training in healthcare, construction trades. And then obviously we're going to do all we can to make them aware of job opportunities here and try to keep them here once they get that training. So those are some exciting things that have gone on in the last month. Again, would encourage you to RSVP for that breakfast coming up here in a few weeks and hear some more from PTMW. And I'm going to hand it off to Stephanie, who's going to update on some of the Innovate 24 and Small Business Development Center news that's brand new and exciting on her end.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity this morning. As Darren mentioned earlier, we've have been able to expand our capacity and bandwidth to better serve the region. That is in progress, but we are excited that this week we onboarded a new member to our team. She actually lives up in the Leonardville Riley area, has several small businesses and operations in the area, as well as is involved in the Riley County Research and Extension and Farm Bureau boards. So we expect that this not only helps us with her knowledge and expertise in the area, but also her connections throughout the county will create better awareness of our services and being able to better serve. As well as the Grow Kansas loan that Darren mentioned, that has opened some doors to work with banks, particularly Riley State Bank, to be able to say, these are programs that are available and able to be leveraged. Use us to help with that technical assistance and business advising, but we can help better partner with businesses across the whole county and get them the support that they need. So we'll be onboarding another person next month as well. That will just continue to help us and enable us to grow and be able to be out in all the communities across the region as well. So we are happy to have that support and continuing to work closely with the Washburn SBDC office in aligning what our organizations are able to help support entrepreneurs and small businesses in providing those services and being efficient with how we're able to serve where we're living as well. So I want to thank you, and I'm always happy to answer any questions, but did want to mention that exciting news that not only do these new hires increase our capacity, but we try to be very strategic with that and being able to have better reach across the region as well. So thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I just want to say happy Victory Day. So today commemorates the day that World War II ended in Europe. So just wanted to highlight that. Couple updates on Fort Riley. So with military operations and deployments, as some of you have probably seen, there have been elements of not only the military police, but the combat aviation part of their units have been deployed to the southern border. And this is just in support of the U.S. Northern Command's Joint Task. 1st Brigade, if you start to look at the railheads on Fort Riley, you will see all the tanks are back on the railheads. I think I briefed you last month that they were taking all of their equipment off because they had just completed their taskings at Fort Irwin NTC. But, you know, the mission continues. So they will continue to load the railheads and then they deploy to allies in Europe. And so that's expected to be between the end of June, the early of July. And so one of the things that myself will be doing is 1st Brigade has started some pre-deployment briefings. So we'll be out on Fort Riley talking to not only each individual battalion is having their own pre-deployment briefing, but the brigade as a whole will have a deployment briefing, just letting the families and then of course the service members that are staying here continue to know that Manhattan's here to support them and get them out with activities and stuff and resources that their families can have while their spouses are deployed. It is PCS season. The season starts. So not only is it PCS season, but it's also leadership transition change. And so on May 30th, I call it a double header. So in the morning, we will see the departure of Colonel Pickler, who's the Divardi commander, which will be at 9 a.m. on the parade field. And then in the afternoon, it's sad to say that we are saying goodbye to Brigadier General Terry Tillis, who's the Deputy Commanding General of Support, as they mark their 3 years here of success. As the Army says, it's time to move on and find another home. So their Colonel Pickler's replacement is actually Colonel Kane. And I'm excited because 3 years ago, Colonel Kane was here as a lieutenant colonel, and he was the 1-7 battalion commander. So it's always great to see these service members grow up and take new positions. Brigadier General Tillis, his replacement does not come till later in the season. So I'll probably update you once that announcement comes out. Just other upcoming events. So Major General Roan will host the Memorial Day ceremonies on May 26th at 11:40. And this community is encouraged to attend and pay tribute to our fallen services. You do not have to register or RSVP. It is encouraged, but it is an open event. So the community, as long as you guys can get on to the installation by either going to the visitor station or visiting the Fort Riley website to get your pass. Real IDs are now a thing, so it should be just a little bit easier to expedite that service. I'd say usually when I do it, it takes 10 to 20 minutes to get email, and that's when I forget my pass. So
Fort Riley Cemetery, is that where
yes, sir.
ceremony is?
Yep,
Okay.
at Fort Riley Cemetery. And then I briefed it, but I'm still excited. So one of the things Fort Riley is doing is they are kicking back their summer concert series. And so the first concert is June 13th, and it is going to be Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band. So like I mentioned, this concert is free. Food and beverages are cost of the individual, but it's a free open to the public. And then later that month, which I'll update in June, Maddie and Tay are going to come. So country artists, they'll have an opening act. But the most exciting part is with Maddie and Tay, because it will celebrate the end of Victory Week, is they are actually bringing back fireworks. So it'll be a concert series, and then they'll kick off the firework season, I should say. So again, I just want to let the public know you can either go to the Marshall Airfield Visitor Center, or you can just go online and get your passes online and expedite the process. So pending any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Hey, Commissioner, you have Diane Creek at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Stretch. Look back.
Yeah, it's not as bad.
Lieutenant Dan Band. I didn't see that.
No, where did you say?
I think it's around July. They're really good. Like, they're really good. Yeah. The Lieutenant Dan Band, Gary. Yeah. They're really good.
How close they are. So I'll get a hold of you.
Top 20.
And I don't know if she watched it, but because they're trying to pass on new cheaper. So
I'd like to see us try to do that project at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I think the objective, what I heard, is
And my daddy used
the
to
more
say.
projects you can pull together, we're running together,
Yeah.
the easier it's gonna be.
So-
I don't know that we're on the
He
same
said-
plane. now.
We have both kinds of music, country and
The final act for the week. And I always say when I wake up.
Do that. Thank you, Christian.
Good stretch. All day.
Sad.
At least it's not so noisy right now. Hoping that keeps up. Pull through today.
Yeah.
Got a long ways to go. Busy.
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and then reconvene as the Board of County Health.
I would second that.
Been moved and recess, moved and seconded to recess of the Board of County Commissioners and convene as Board of Health. All in favor?
Aye.
Well, I just came, I'm Heather Ritchie with the, Health Department, childcare licensing supervisor. I came this morning, we have, just a lot of stuff going on with childcare licensing right now with the state and, with the new bill, and just, I wanted to let you guys all know what was going on in case you went to a meeting and heard something. So I wanted you to kind of get it firsthand from me. They just recently reinstated their smaller.
Right top, yeah, there you go.
There we go. Okay. They just recently reinstated the KDHE application and background check fees. So there had been federal dollars to pay for that since COVID. So this has kind of been a big deal for our providers at this point of having to start paying this fee again. And that I listed the fees. The fingerprint background check, I think, is a big one, especially for our centers, because they have a lot of people that are rotating in and out. So having to pay that fee up front before they can even work there. And then sometimes by the time that background check comes through and they're cleared to work, because they have to be cleared before they can work, they may have already found a different job. So I don't know. I wish we could find a better way, but this $48 is just what the KDI charges to, I mean, no one's making any money here. It's, so we're told that $48 goes straight to KDI to just run those fingerprint checks. So KDHE is appealing that federal decision. I do know that. We'll see how that goes. So I don't know if any of you had heard of the House Bill 2045. It started out in the House, went to the Senate, and Governor Kelly signed it into law a couple weeks ago on the 24th. So when the bill initially came out, it was focused on streamlining and consolidating 20 Kansas programs. As we all know, there was a bunch of amendments made into it, and some of the amendments highly affect childcare licensing, and I don't think it affects us in a positive way. But just a little bit, the biggest one is that they've kind of now made unlicensed care legal. So you can have 4 children. So a home provider can have 4 children up to 35 hours per child a week now. Where it used to be, they could only do have care for 20 hours for 2 children max a week, and that was combined hours, so 5 and 15 or something like that. So this is a huge difference, and it's actually written out. So before the guidance, basically that 20 hours, it was kind of just a guidance from KDHE that they made their own policy, but this is actually like in statute now. So scary. We've kind of, back in 2012, we passed Lexi's law. Lexi died in a registered childcare home. At that time, they took back registered licensing or registered care. We didn't do that anymore. I kind of wish they would have just went back to registered instead of this, because I think what's going to happen is in a year or two, we're going to have another baby die, and that parent's going to advocate, and we're going to go back to having another law, and it's just a cycle. But it's scary that I don't want anyone to be hurt or harmed. So it's just a big worry for us. We're also hearing from a lot of our licensed providers, well, maybe I'll just become unlicensed and do this. and not be regulated. So there's been a lot of pushback on this.
Yeah.
They also reduced qualifications for program directors and lead teachers. They also authorize the director to waive qualifications for hiring lead or assistant teachers on a case-by-case basis. So that center could ask for a waiver and an exception for a staff member if they thought they were qualified enough, but they didn't meet the actual qualifications. They also reduced professional training hours, development training hours for family and child care providers. Just last July, the new regs came out and they were required to do 16 hours of training. 4 hours of that could be discretionary. It didn't have to be KDHE approved. And then 4 hours are supposed to be in health and safety training. So I don't know how they're going to decide because it literally reads between 8 to 12. So at some point, I guess they'll have to decide what those hours will be. And then they also put in, which this is also concerning, that a family child care provider can care for 4 infants at a time. And they have to have, to do that, they have to have 3 hours of infant specific professional development training. So that's a lot of babies for one person. Thankfully, we have a lot of providers that yeah. Thankfully, we have a lot of providers that even when the new regs came out last year and they were able to care for more kids in those capacities, they've made their own decision that that's not something that they can do personally. So thankfully, we don't have a lot of providers running these numbers, and I don't think we will with 4 infants, but there will be, and hopefully they'll do it to the best of their ability and everybody will be good. They also did put in to statute that licensing, or they don't have to live in a childcare home. So we did have, in the city of Manhattan, they do have this ordinance right now that says you cannot do that. I did meet with them on Tuesday, and they are taking that out of their ordinance. They're lessening a few other things with the homes. Like right now, I think it states they cannot be within 1,000 feet of each other. They're going to lessen some of those things. So very productive talk with them and trying to coordinate everything so we're all on the same page. That I do think this is that's a good change, especially for this area, because it's just a lot of people can't afford to rent somewhere separate, or housing here is, ridiculous. So also have been working with the CBI, the Child Care and Business Initiative. We worked with them and went to a meeting that they had, explained what licensing was, talked to them about the steps they had. I believe they had 3 people there that were interested. They do have 2 now that I think are interested. They're looking at opening up the first day of school, they said. So they should be done, I guess, building in July, I think.
Yeah, they're putting that together fast. Yeah.
So we've been working with her, with Lisa Isaacson on that. And then we did do a specific orientation for 2 of the providers that are, I think, following through with that. So we did a separate one just to be able to talk about some of the things that will look different since they're not in a actual home. But they're also requiring licensing specialists to be certified now. I don't know what that will look like. Apparently, we're going to have to take some sort of test. And
Figure out.
yeah, I don't know how that would look, but I'm all for
That's
it.
sarcasm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it anyway. I can have something else to put on my resume that says I've done something or qualified for certification. They are, part of that is shadowing. So, and they've already been out to shadow us. And so they're working on now shadowing everyone in the state. They're also renaming drop-in programs to youth development programs. I don't know how that's going to look because new regs have already went through admin on the administrative office for school age programs, and they were calling them out of school. So, or out of school time, but they were calling them. So they also put in there about that the director would be able to develop and operate pilot programs to increase availability or capacities. KDHE's already been doing that. They did a small center pilot throughout the state. I think they had 3 or 4 where they were licensed as centers, but were only like 12 or 13 were kids. So they were centers, but and in the regulations, you can't really operate like that with their capacities and everything. So, and those pilot programs have worked out really well. So I do think they're gonna probably look at changing some of those regulations requiring that. And then they also changed that immunizations aren't required if there's a written statement on file by the parent. We've already been doing that. The parents have had something that they can sign off saying that their children aren't being immunized because of religious beliefs, and we don't like ask them any questions further than that. We just, as long as it was on file or a doctor's note stating maybe they were behind because they'd been sick or something like that. But I guess they wanted to put it in writing, which is fine, but we were not requiring any of that anyway if they had something on file. So, any questions?
And I've heard, as you said, for decades, they've tightened up restrictions and people complain, so they loosen them up too much, then people complain, and it's been going back and forth for a long time.
Yeah, I've been in licensing for 16 years, so yes, it's
Continuous
yes.
change.
So, and I was telling Diane, we've had on the day that the governor signed this, we had a lady in Ellenwood, and it made the news that was charged with murder, first-degree murder and child abuse. She ran an unlicensed home. So I find it very convenient. It all happened on the same day that bill was signed, but scary. And I'm hoping parents, and we've been working with childcare where I've talked to them a few times about really trying to market quality childcare, and that parents want quality childcare, and part of that is being licensed. So, and I've talked to Diane, and I've been talking about some strategies of things that we can put out, but hopefully the state will come up with something that's streamlined and childcare where that we can all be putting out to just really push the quality piece. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Good luck.
Jacob Hansen, 10:15.
Okay. You also need to make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? Yeah. Bases are all covered.
Quite a bit.
Well, I
Yeah, I was afraid it was too good to be true for a while. Thanks, Brittany.
Oh, yeah.
All righty, good morning, Commissioners. Jake Manson, Deputy Riley County Counselor. Before you today is a follow-up to our fence view with Gary and Diana Hargrave and Renee and Steve Salzman. You'll notice that this commission agenda report is fairly extensive. I feel it does a good job, in my opinion, of course, explaining kind of the facts of the situation. And one thing I definitely want to start off with is that in this presentation of the facts here is that I am not advocating on behalf of the Hargraves or Salzmans in this case. I'm simply presenting to you guys what the law is and the interpretation thereof and what you guys decide as board members. I can assist with that, but I'm not advocating for either one. So essentially, if you would like, I can start and we can just kind of work through what I believe the core issues are, or perhaps what may be a decision point for you guys in this case, or you can just simply ask me questions that you may have. Just let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah.
Just move forward. Okay. So the biggest question here, I believe, in this case is that the Salzmans, of course, are claiming that they are exempt, at least a portion of the fence they are exempt from using KSA 29309. In this discussion, I explained that basically there's two requirements or two conditions to be met in order to be exempted from having to contribute to the fence. And of course, that first is the occupant must not wish his or her land to be enclosed. And then second, the occupant may not occupy or use the subject land otherwise than in common with the adjoining landowner. Pretty clearly, the facts show that the Salzmans at least claim that they don't want their lands enclosed. I believe that's what they stated during the fence view, and I believe that's consistent. The second issue is where I guess this becomes more of a complicated matter, and that is the occupant may not occupy or use the subject land otherwise than in common with the adjoining landowner. So the real issue that we have to kind of look at here is what the term occupy means in this case, because we're not going to be using the second half of that condition, which would be using the land otherwise than in common, because that is the case here. We have land that's being used as crop, and then we have land that's being used as pasture. So in order, that leaves us only with, well, what does occupy mean? And of course, in my review of the law, finding what that may mean in the context of fence views does not exist. There's been Attorney General's opinions about the specific statute, which I included in your guys' packet, that kind of went into detail, but it's all usually about the question of the otherwise in common is what's really being analyzed there, not necessarily what they mean by occupy. So in that review, what I did find is at least look at what occupancy means in the Black's Law Dictionary. And you'll notice it says, to occupy is the act, state, or condition of holding, possessing, or residing in or on something, actual possession, residence, or tenancy, especially of dwelling or land. So occupancy under the Black Laws Dictionary tends to suggest that just by owning the property, you are therefore occupying the property. And so the rest of this, of course, I have a map here that hopefully I believe is helpful for you guys to see really where everything stands. Our blue line here, this is the disputed, what I determined as the disputed fence line where potentially this exemption applies. Okay, and then the green land here, the green bar would be the land that would be either occupied or unoccupied, whichever you guys find. But I believe, again, in order for you guys to find the exemption, whether the exemption applies is going to determine on whether or not this property is determined as occupied, or at least that green strip. And then, of course, so we have that is the central, I guess, issue. The other, the red line here, this is essentially undisputed fence line where it's pretty clear that we have, there's no claim of unoccupied land on this portion of the partition fence line. One other point I would like to make sure that you guys are aware of is that And it was discussed during the fence view, is the type of fence that can be required to be put up or contributed to. And in Kansas law, it's only what is a legally sufficient fence, which is usually that three-strand barbed wire, right? I believe in this case that perhaps the Hargraves intend to have a more than sufficient, more than legally sufficient fence. So they can only be, the Salzmans could only be required to contribute to the portion of a legally sufficient fence. And of course, I will make sure in the order that will be drafted, that will be sure to highlight that. But I definitely want to bring that to your guys' attention. So, and I believe the rest of the commission agenda report pretty much speaks for itself. And if you guys are ready to decide, I'm happy to take some direction. Go ahead.
We can go back to the map.
Yeah.
Just clarify, when you say the red line is undisputed, so that means there definitely is.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is definitely required.
yes. So what I'm saying is the red line is they are not claiming the exemption. No exemptions being claimed on this one. So
that is required, well.
So there's gonna be.
required, so anyway, it's.
it meets.
That would be a divided, that they'd each pay.
Correct.
Their share of that.
Equal shares, yes.
But then the other one, the west half is the
Yes,
part that's in question, what's
Correct.
required down there, okay.
Correct.
I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah.
Like I say, you sent a mountain of stuff.
yeah, absolutely. And if you guys need more time to take, we don't have to make that decision today. Of course, you guys can table this to another commission hearing date and discuss it further after reviewing the materials. Like I said, what I gave you all was pretty extensive, 2 Attorney General's opinions and basically all the statutes regarding fence views. And then if you guys have any individual questions, you obviously feel free to ask as you guys review this further. One thing I did not include is that Stephen Renee Salzman, they did have materials that they presented, if you recall, during that fence view. I did not include them, but if you guys would like to see them, I'm happy to forward the copies of those documents to you.
Yeah, I've got.
If you'd like.
I've still got a copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll bring that up here this morning.
Okay. Perfect.
Or didn't we say we needed to have another survey done? Because the one, I think it was Hargraves, said that the marker for the property line was moved.
You know, that it may be the case that they need to do a survey, but that is territory we don't want to get into. As
Okay.
far as, we're basically explaining from, this point to this point, you guys are going to share in, equal costs. But as far as where those points are legally required to be, that's between them and their survey.
We don't have surveyors.
Nope.
But we don't know exactly where that fence is gonna be, if it lines up with the other one or not.
Right.
They're gonna have to figure that out. Well, you go, you've got the green line, which is disputed land. We
Uh-huh.
go through why it's a disputed land.
Yeah.
again?
Absolutely. So this is the portion of land that essentially the board will need to find whether or not the Salzmans occupy the land. Because if you find that they do not occupy the land, then therefore that exemption applies, and then they would not be required to contribute to basically that blue line. If you find that they do not occupy. If you find that they do occupy this green bar here, then they would be required to contribute to that blue line.
Well, what's the difference? I mean, why are they considered occupying the red side and not the other one?
Can you, I'm sorry, can you restate the question? Just make sure.
It's just, it's not disputed that they occupy on the red line.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
it is disputed, what are they doing differently? It means it calls
So-
that as to be unoccupied.
I believe the difference here is essentially you got your, the cropland that goes all the way up essentially to where this existing fence is. But in this case, it's not cropland. Clearly, you can see all the tree cover.
Yeah,
So
because
that would be the difference.
They rented out pasture, but if there's pasture on both sides, fence isn't required.
That is true.
That's in a sense. I think.
Can I just ask a clarifying question too? Because I thought in the definition you said occupying, under that definition, if you own it, you occupy it.
Yeah.
So I'm asking, I
Yeah.
don't know.
So that per Black's Law Dictionary, that is the definition. Now, whether or not that's exactly what's going to apply in a fence view context, it's for you guys to determine. I did what I could to find resources to help aid the answer.
But aren't you kind of saying in regards to his red line question, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify because that part's confusing me too, is that they're occupying on the red line because of ownership, so henceforth, why would they not occupy on the other side when they own up to that line? It's just my simple question.
Yeah. I think that's a fair question that you should, I guess, take into consideration when you're
Thank you.
evaluating.
I was just trying, it's a confusing point.
It-
I'm not questioning what you're doing.
Absolutely. No, it's, this is I haven't got a chance to do many fence views, but I feel like this one's a little unorthodox.
By the time your career is ended here, you will have a PhD.
I believe that to be the case.
The cattle are allowed to be on that disputed area, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember where the cattle.
So the cattle will all be on Gary and Diana's parcel here. The
But
entire
that
parcel.
feedlot was on the other side.
That's farther down.
Is that
Yeah,
further down?
I'm not exactly certain where the feedlot would start and where it would end, but I got clarification at the very beginning from the Hargraves that they intend to use this entire parcel as at the very least pasture land, which may or may not include a feedlot.
But, we've been on a few of these over, but, because like I say, if one side's pasture and one side's crop, then.
Yeah, so
Then a fence is required. If they're both pasture, it's not required. Is
right. Well, it's not required, but then you have the issue of whether or not they need to throw the land open or that they have the desire to throw the land open. In which they still are asking to have at least this portion north of the disputed land enclosed. They're still going to enclose that. So then you have a separate issue of whether or not that they want to throw that land open, that particular land. And usually and if you look at the Attorney General's opinion and you analyze, because what you're essentially asking is, well, what is this otherwise in common aspect? What does this mean? And in those Attorney General's opinions, it really highlights that they can use their property for the same purpose, they can use them together, right? And this green area, which is probably, the land where the fence goes up to, isn't necessarily being used for cattle or pasture land. So therefore, it's not in common with what Gary and Diane have on the south side.
And it isn't required. You can put a fence there. I mean, if it's both pasture, you can put a fence. but
Yeah, you can.
You're not required to share costs if it's both pasture.
Yes,
Right.
that is correct.
But pasture and crop, are required to share costs.
Mhm.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Trying to keep it.
Yeah.
Think that, you don't want one person's cattle running back and forth with the other person's
Mhm.
cattle. And I don't know if that was ever resolved in the past, way back when
Yeah.
they didn't.
So interestingly enough, in one of the AG's opinions I have attached here, it kind of goes through a little bit of legislative history on fence views, which I'm sure is a dying topic you'd like to know about. But into that, it explains that Kansas started out as a open land
range,
herd, open range state. Eventually Actually, I believe it was in the eighties, they required then that it was a fenced state at that point in time. And so there was some adjustments in the fence laws to kind of reflect that, but not in the case of partition fences. And so it's very common that you have, usually it's the crop grower who takes issue with being compelled to contribute to a fence. And that's unfortunately, I guess that's just how the legislature intended. And that's how it is.
Well, isn't there, there's a fence in and a fence out or what? That
yeah.
part?
Yeah, and like I said, the AG opinion does a much better job explaining it than I probably will, because I'm of course still catching up as much as I possibly can on this stuff.
Yeah.
Sure, I know we got a couple execs. We're time, close on time. It's your call.
Yeah, no, that's what, well, one of the motions is to continue at a later date. Is that what?
I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to go through this because I'm actually more confused now than I was coming in. So,
Okay,
Continue.
well,
trying
let's,
to find it here.
do we have one in
Yeah,
here?
just simple move the board continue deliberations at a later date. Is the motion.
I'll make that motion.
I would second that motion.
Been moved and seconded for continue its deliberations at a later date. All in favor?
Aye.
Good. I will be on standby. Any questions you got?
Thanks, Jacob.
I
Good
will
job.
be here.
What are we making a executive session for?
This will be for pending litigation. I have the motion right here. And we can cover even less than 20 minutes. So
Okay.
I'm gonna get for 10:50. Not too long.
150?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'll move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chairman Foki, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on pending litigation for the purpose of consultation with Bryant Parker, County Counselor, and Jacob Hansen, Deputy County Counselor, attorney for the commission, which would be the privilege in the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 10:50 a.m.
10:50.
Yeah.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for reasons previously stated under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor?
Aye.
You got.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
I will move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded for the Board of County Commissioners to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye. I'll also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
And moved and seconded, the record reflect action should be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll go ahead and move then that the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Folke, and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing the terms of employment of an employee and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:05 a.m.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for reasons previously stated. The performance matter of the non-elected personnel exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. All in favor?
Aye.
checks accumulating.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
I will move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye. Also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded, record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session, all in favor?
I'm gonna run to the rest real quick.
Okay. Sounds good. And then budget presentation 11:05. As soon as everyone's back.
As soon as she gets back here, but
I
we need a bathroom break or whatever.
I need to take one too.
Come on, Ann, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Star?
Good.
We're up, but we're taking a stretch break for a second.
Well, that's fine, and I'll try to get you back on schedule. I'll just zoom right through this.
Budget's easy. That's right.
Because you guys read it and studied it. didn't you?
Studied every line.
I bet you did. I hope you did.
I reviewed it. I'm not gonna say.
You scanned.
I look at them and then I print them all off and over the next couple of weeks, try to
Yeah,
get it
takes a
more
while,
depth in them. Yeah.
digest it all. Yeah.
I just got the email. Everything after that. All right.
Ready? Good morning, Commissioners. Diane Creek, Health Department Director. Here to present the 2026 budget for the Health Department. So the total projected fiscal year 2026 revenue is $6,930,228. The total projected expenses are $6,499,400. But our beginning cash balance projected from 2025 is $338,741. So I'll kind of go through some of this for, if there's anything that you have questions about or that stands out to you that you want to talk about, just let me know. We tried to stay as budget neutral as we could. Our salaries are 77% of our budget. And so, you know, there's not a whole lot. We're not overstaffed. We've got just really the right amount of staff. So This is the general budget, which is administration, and it also includes the DEC program and the health education staff. And so some of these costs here are for the DEC program. Let's see. Most of them, some of them have gone down. And insurance, of course, went up. We had to do that.
Everybody has.
Computer software and maintenance, that includes the EHR expenses that, we're gonna get a new EHR. So probably early next year, 26. There's also the training and registrations and the meals and the airfare. Those costs are gonna come out of our workforce development fund. So, that won't be directly out of county dollars. Other contract services, that is 2026, we're gonna have to do a community needs assessment and a community health improvement plan. And so, that's some of those costs that are in there, that it's a once every 3 years project. Yeah.
And we got a
And
1-year extension, right?
That's for
Supposed
accreditation, yeah,
Okay.
and so, yeah, we do have a 1-year extension on that. So, and we need those two things, we need the community health needs assessment and the CHIP for our accreditation. Other supplies and materials are things that the DEC program needs for, well, and it's really not even DEC, because we're most likely gonna lose our DEC funding the end of the year. And so, it'll be still the opioid work though, that we're doing. So that's that one. Wildcat region, that's just pretty budget neutral. It doesn't really, in fact, it's a little bit short, I believe, right? On what we're getting, we're short on our expenses, so, but it's only like $700, so we'll figure out what to do with that. Emergency response. There's not a whole lot going on there.
0.09 person.
Yeah,
0.95.
her salary is split between,
Yes.
like regular gov and the Wildcat region, so it's like a 90-10 split.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. WIC, that's probably our biggest budget in the health department.
For now,
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, hopefully it stays that way.
I'm with you.
So the other supplies / materials, that one looks really big on the budget, but what that is that's the in-kind that she put in there, so that kind of makes it look worse than it really is. Childcare licensing, they're pretty stable from what it was last year or this year actually, so or what they projected from this year. So that's that one. Family planning. We've done planning, the regular clinic and immunizations. They've done some juggling with their FTEs for their nurses so that it equals out a little bit easier and it's a little bit better. Because family planning has more flexibility. So they took some FTEs out of the state fund and put it into family planning. Immunizations. We're gonna start taking more insurances. We're hoping that the insurance, our billing and coding goes up. So that's why that is increased. See, I was gonna go through this line by line with you guys and bore you to death, but I'll try to get you back on on track. We also tried to kind of include a little bit for inflation because the price of everything is going up, so we tried to make allowances for that. This one is MCH, Maternal and Child Health. It has a 40% match from the county, so what we get from the state, there's a 40% match from the county, so that one balances out pretty well. And then we've got outreach, prevention, and early intervention. That has a 50% match from the state. So what we ask for and what we get from the state is matched 50% from the county. Raising Riley, there's some things in here that make it look a little skewed. One of them is there's Camp K, which is a kindergarten camp that they do, which is really an awesome program. So we've got some mileage that's 320. What? No, that's the scholarships. Hold on a second. There is the mileage, 15,240. That is for busing for those kids to go to Camp K. And then other supplies and materials, that's for books and things like that. And the 13,000 in office supplies is also for supplies for those kids to go to Camp K. And then the state formula. This goes to support the clinic. And so it helps make up, you know, kind of the holes in the budget that the clinic has. So it pays partially for salaries, pays for some supplies, things like that. But it's a set fee, so it is what it is. So that is the budget. The plans for 2026 that we are kind of wanting to do, increase services in the county up north in the rural part of Riley County. We're going to continue to look at increasing efficiency, just changing the way we do things to make it more efficient and hopefully, you know, more cost effective. We're getting a new EHR probably, hopefully maybe in the first quarter of 26. And then we're going to continue increasing the insurances that we take in the clinic. So we'll be able to bill for more services that way. So do you guys have any questions?
You buzzed, but, and I didn't, on WIC, that other supplies is 136.
Yes, is in kind.
What's that?
So in kind is basically, and I've never seen it put into a budget before, but it's your electricity, it's your overhead. It's part of administration because they have to have administration. It's part of finance because they have to have somebody to do payroll. It's all those infrastructure costs.
But it was almost nothing. But it's been nothing the last 2 years. Practically. I mean, 6 and 8, now it's 136. Where if we were surely paying for the electric, I think the lights were still on.
Before,
So.
Yeah.
Was it just listed somewhere else before?
I can go look back and look at that somewhere and we can see, but it's just the indirect cost. We don't get reimbursement from WIC on it. It's county, you know, attributes that.
But it just,
Rationale.
if we had that much cost, we had them, we were paying it somewhere else before. Where did it come out of?
Yeah, we can look at that closer.
Okay, thanks.
When do you project you can, or what it would cost or whatever, to do the rural outreach?
We have, Jacob reached out to the clinic in Riley And because we don't want to step on anybody's toes, we don't want to take business away from anybody who's already providing services out there. And so they were very interested in meeting with us because he thinks that there might be some services that we can either partner with or, you know, there's partnerships that we can work out. So they were the person that we were gonna meet with is going on vacation. So probably in a couple of weeks, we're gonna schedule a meeting time with them and just figure out what kind of services we can provide. If we can help them, you know, then we'll do that. If there's something we need to partner with, we'll do that.
Because we had talked about, you know, just basics, things like blood pressure and med checks
Mhm.
and that kind, you
Mhm.
know, at least to get it started and.
Yeah.
Have community meals or whatever.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, and what we're also gonna do is, Shanika Rose is gonna start talking to like Leonardville and the outlying communities and take Narcan out there. You know, get a place for them to have Narcan so that it's available out in those rural communities as well. And then if they need to be taught how to use Narcan, we'll do that. So we're gonna take some of those opioid type services out there as well. Instead, just right now, they're just in Manhattan. So, yeah, so it's out there too.
In the schools. And that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
in the schools, all of that.
In public places.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We need to find a place where the Narcan can be available 24/7, you know, because I mean, we can have it like in a community center, but if the community center closes at 10 o'clock and then somebody has an overdose at midnight, yeah, I mean, EMS and fire departments, you know, they have it, but, you know, it would be nice. It would be nice if it was available 24/7 someplace. Yeah.
Well, if people know where to go to get that and
Yeah.
have some education.
Yeah. And if there's people who want it to have it in their home, they can have it in their home as well. So we can supply them with personal stuff, you know, for either family members, friends, whatever. So yeah, they can have it in their house.
That clinic in Milo just announced a few weeks ago, they're almost doubling their size. Add on to
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe talk to Austin, or do you know, we talk to, he's the head of it. Yeah,
I don't know. I can, I'll ask
he's the
Shanika.
president or whatever it is. So
Okay.
He's been, I could work with him a lot when they filmed it happen.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because we're happy to, you know, help provide whatever they need. Is that it?
So.
I got you back on schedule. A good thing.
Next Commissioner, 11:25 of Daphne McNally Adams.
Thank you.
Ann Smith. Even though she's not listed, we know Ann. Gonna make a motion.
Oh.
Go in, it's on the agenda.
Went out of health.
Oh, we're out of it now.
We just go in and out of health.
Oh,
department
well,
for that.
That's fine.
We were talking about that earlier, why we didn't just do both of them at the same time. I know they're two separate things, but two separate schedules. I mean.
Yeah, we asked for that at some point.
Not always easy to do, Commissioner.
Oh, it'll be in here. It'll be in here.
Yeah, it'll be after your
Yep.
cover sheet.
There you go.
There we go.
Too many motions today.
Well, thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to come and visit with you this morning. I'm here with Daphne McNally, who's our marketing communications. So we'd like to talk about budgets. Just for those who may be watching on YouTube, the agency was founded in 1976. Next year is going to be our 50th anniversary that we have been providing public transportation to the citizens of Riley County. So we're very excited about that. We're a 501c3 private nonprofit organization, and we plan, manage, and operate public transportation services in the Manhattan urbanized area, Junction City, Riley County, Pottawatomie County, and Geary County. As you know, these are our services. They range from fixed routes to our ADA services and our regional services throughout the region. To provide you with a little bit of an update of what we have been working on recently. We finished last fall our expansion of our building at Riley County Public Works. And that was $1 million of federal and state funds that we brought into the economy. Locally, there were no local dollars involved in that project. We're currently working on a transit study to develop a plan for improving and expanding our transit services. That started last year in the winter, and we've had one round of public comment. We will be having another round of public comment. We've also done a survey of the public and had a very good outreach, almost 500 respondents across the area. So we were very pleased with that. We have begun to implement some service improvements. We began operating the East-West Express in the winter of last year. And we also this week started our new wraps that Daphne has worked very hard on to design. It's a completely different look for the wraps, emphasizing on our buses how they will represent for the whole Flint Hills region. And so we're excited about that. We also in the community have been fortunate enough to receive an International Innovative Education Award from K-State. And also Leadership Manhattan has selected a kind of a joint project between ourselves and the Flint Hills Breadbasket, working at their new location to improve the bus stop out over there on Rosencutter. So we're really excited about that. Rosencutter and Stag Hill also. True. So we want to introduce you to one of our riders and who our riders are. The majority of our riders, and this is based on information that we received for the survey, I would like to preface that by saying that. The majority of our riders do not have a regular access to a personal vehicle. And the majority of our riders are employed full-time or they are students. They really like our buses, our staff, and our fare levels. And they really want more coverage, more frequent service, and expanded service hours. And our K-State students riders want to see more frequent service and the return of the university pass program. When we talk to our fixed route riders about their most common trip purposes, 30% of them are going to work. There's 24% are going either to educational locations, K-State, MATC, or other locations in the communities. And another 24% are shopping. And then the rest of the riders are going to doctors, social services, or others. Our demand response program is, I want to just kind of explain that is covering our ADA services. It's covering services that are not within the fixed route area. So it could be in the larger county areas, in the more rural areas. But the majority of those folks are going to the doctor. They are food shopping or going to work. Another significant percentage of those folks are going to community events, and just running general errands. We do have an interesting mix of folks who are also going to adult day programs, meal activities in senior centers, and social activities as well. So the K-18 connector is an important service that we've talked to the commissioners about many times over the years. And it connects Ogden to Manhattan and Junction City. And we are planning to do an expansion of the K-18 connector. We received funding from KDOT to expand it to Junction City. And so we're working right now on the first leg of that expansion. But we last year saw a 34% increase in ridership in those services. This is where people are going when they come to shop or receive services in the communities. Obviously, Walmart, not surprisingly, they're going to shop, they're going to work at Walmart. Big Lakes is our #1 location for demand response stops. We partner with Big Lakes and provide a lot of transportation for their clients who are going to work in the community. And you can see also there on demand response that Ogden is one of the top trip generators also. So I want to talk a little bit about our current challenges. We have not updated our software in nearly 10 years, and we are getting ready to put out an RFP. Our software is basically scheduling software for dispatchers. It helps us to schedule trips for those demand response and ADA rides. It also helps us manage the operations of our fixed routes. And as we are working with the consultants on the transit study, we are looking at potentially implementing a new for us service model. It's called microtransit. And this, our current software does not support microtransit. So microtransit is basically a more on-demand type of service. Right now, folks have to call a day ahead of time to schedule a trip. It's a little bit, it's challenging if you want to be spontaneous and go somewhere. We can't really do same-day trips. We don't have that capacity. But the software that has been developed now will let us do more of that. And so we think that will be an improved experience for the customer. If you think about Uber or Lyft, it's similar to that. It's not quite the same, but it's a similar. It also gives the customer the opportunity to have an app on their phone to schedule the trip directly through the app, and is a more streamlined experience than we have right now. So this is this would be a very targeted service model that we would look at potentially providing some implementation and testing it. That's our kind of our first goal would be to pilot it to ensure it's fiscally sustainable. Another challenge for us is our aging fleet. I think especially Commissioner McKinley has heard many times in board meetings their challenges with the cost and availability of replacing our vehicles. I fortunately am able to work with KDOT, serving on a committee that does the state contract for bus replacements. So I get some input in that space, but nevertheless, there's limited availability of chassis, and it's an ongoing issue with cost. In 2021, we were buying vehicles for about $70,000 a piece. Now they're 150. So it limits how much KDOT has funding to give to the providers to replace vehicles. We are looking at the prospect of buying vehicles from other states off of other state transit contracts. But the bottom line is with our aging fleet, that just increases our maintenance costs. And so we have to find solutions. We also are longer term looking at the prospect of evaluating the vehicle, basically analyzing our vehicles, period, and ensuring that we're right-sized for our communities and that we're no longer really looking at electric vehicles, but we're looking at other vehicle choices that might be more efficient or good for our services. And then lastly, and in some ways, this trumps everything else, is driver recruitment and retention. Our limited funding is still making it challenging to offer competitive wages. Daphne and I just left a meeting this morning where that was a primary topic of conversation. We're going to do a wage analysis. We've already received some initial information from our consultant, and like everybody else, we're going to have to raise wages. It's just, we're not going to hire the staff that we need at the level we need if we don't do that. So over the next couple of years, that's going to be a very high priority for us. I think all of you probably already understand this, but for those watching, we receive federal and state grants, and those grants pay for a significant portion of our operations, but they do require a local match. And this is just a little visual for you, that typically we receive 50% from the federal government, 20% from the state, and it requires a 30% local match. Fares are not local match, unfortunately. But this is program income and it cannot be used to leverage the allocated grants, and it has to be spent first on top of our expenditures. It has to be spent first, and then we can use the grants. So we are asking all of our local funding sources to consider a 15% increase in our budget. This is kind of a breakdown for you of 2025 and the ask for 2026. We realize this is a challenging ask, but as I've told some previous commissions, the worst I can do is ask, and the most I can do is ask, and the worst you can do is say no. So we understand that, but we would hope that you would give consideration to the needs that we have. And this is money that we will then turn around and be able to leverage additional state and federal dollars for. So with a 15% increase in our budget, that means that we'll be able to leverage an additional $52,500 in state and federal funds to bring them into the community. So the impact of your funding is it helps us continue to increase ridership. It helps us with more modern equipment to have more efficient and effective operations. Better wages and working conditions reduce our turnover and training costs. And more consistent, reliable transit options strengthen access to economic and social opportunities. And our local investment increases eligibility for federal and state funding matches. What's to come? As I mentioned earlier, the study recommendations and more public comment. Daphne will be sharing that out when it comes time for more public comments. So please, if you have the opportunity to join us with public meetings, we would encourage you to. We're going to start unveiling the new bus wraps. Like I said, this week they're here working on them. they're strikingly different than our previous bus wraps. And we're currently working through our budget season with all of our partners. And we'll spend the most of the rest of the summer and maybe even into early fall on that. And then we're seeking out ways to elevate and improve our services so that we can continue to have growth in the area. So I am happy to take any questions or comments that you might have. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Enjoy the beautiful weather. It's very nice outside.
Thanks, Ann. Appreciate it. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you all.
Break commissioners till 1:15. Start with Ann. Plenty of time to walk through there. There you go. We're actually warm up your suit this time.
I'm not gonna do my soup today, but froze most of it.
Open the can and drink out of it.
Oh, I've got some sandwich from them. My dog loves it when I make the sandwich.
Because you give them a treat.
Of course. He gets to eat the crust.
I knew the answer to that one.
I never liked crust.
We'd rather talk about.
Candy.
There you go, my dear. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anna Burson with the Riley County Appraiser's Office here to present the 2026 proposed budget for our office. This is the request. I don't really need to get into everything we do. You guys have heard this from me, kind of for a long time. I'll save you that. The 2026 proposed budget for the Appraiser's Office really maintains flat funding across multiple categories, most categories, with exceptions in key areas. Due to unavoidable cost increases. So below is a breakdown of those increases. So the fleet insurance, was advised we needed to raise that at least 30% over what we had spent in that prior. Office equipment line item. So this line funds the lease and maintenance of our Xerox equipment, which is including the annual bulk printing activities and things like that, where we have to print a lot. So while I anticipate with all of the digital processes I've implemented this year and last year, a reduction to err on the safe side, I still think it's appropriate to go ahead and budget it accordingly for one more year. Computer software maintenance and support. This covers maintenance agreements, updates, and support for our essential applications, Comtech, Tyler Tech, Orion, and Apex. Anytime they have to do system things, like when we put our mobile homes into Comtech, they charged us a fee to do that. Mobile homes.
Oh, mobile, sorry.
From Comtech to Orion. And when we did that big project, there was additional fees for that. With legislative changes, you know, we always have to kind of be on the prepared if we have to do some sort of a software change. Legislatively, I think Comtech covers some things, but sometimes it's a little different piece that we just have to budget appropriately. These systems are essential, again, and critical for our appraisal operations. Meals, books, and publications. So this line, it looks like year after the last few years has gone up. And this is a lot to do with having a really new staff. When we have to send them to the coursework, and the coursework is not local, it's Topeka, it's Kansas City, Wichita, Salina. We have to send them away.
Kind of work on getting all those here.
We did have one last year
know,
here.
yeah.
We did push and we got one last year here because we had a number that needed it. And certainly options that we'll consider as well in the future. But with the timing of getting more staff, I'm just trying to prepare. Subscription costs for commercial valuation tools and residential data access has increased. The resources are really vital for producing accurate property valuations and for defending those. And thereby minimizing the volume of appeals, particularly at the Board of Tax Appeals level. So our commercial analyst uses this regularly, and it's again vital to operations. One big change this year is I'm requesting to add a new line item and shift costs from the county counselor's office budget to under the appraiser's office. So currently, outside legal counsel for BOTA cases is funded through the county counselor's budget. It was brought to my attention that we're the only department utilizing outside counsel. And just to improve financial transparency and budgeting accuracy, I'm proposing to move those costs directly under my office. This will ensure proper oversight of expenses related to expert witness testimony, depositions, transcription costs, and other litigation-related expenses. It's important to note that BOTA cases are typically initiated by a taxpayer, not the appraiser's office. So while the volume of cases remains consistent with historical norms, BOTA has recently accelerated their hearings, which has created all those backlog cases have been heard in the last 2 years, which is why the increased costs, which has resulted in that pretty hefty increase in that legal activity. And so there was some confusion in the last couple of years as it pertained to depositions and who pays for it. The expert witness testimony that comes out of the appraiser's budget under appraisal services. And so having it all in the one budget makes the most sense. Again, we remain committed to our statutory obligations and service expectations with the most reasonable use of public funds. The requested budget adjustments are necessary to continue supporting our mission of fair and equitable property valuation while adapting to the growing and evolving needs of our community. And so all of this information is in here for your review. When you look at the percent change, it might look a lot, but that's because we added that line item, which I made sure to highlight. If you take that out of consideration, it's right around that 4%. So we cut in areas where we could, had to put a little bit of a buffer in other areas. So I stand for
And
it.
I would assume that that number will come out of the counselor's office budget.
That's what I would have
Yeah,
assumed
yeah.
too. Yeah, it would just shift that line item from the council's budget to my budget.
So
And-
when
and
we're
that's-
looking at the overall budget, that's still
Right.
zero.
Right. Yes, and this, I believe, when we look at the costs in the prior years, this was what was budgeted last year, and there was enough to cover it then. You know, it's possible it could be more than that. I'm hopeful not. They are hearing more cases together. So instead of like having 3 years of target in one case and 3 years being heard another day, it's 2 days at the Board of Tax Appeals for all of the cases. So that's helping to minimize some of those legal costs, but it's also 2 full days versus, you know,
But that list
an
has gotten a
hour.
lot smaller though, too.
It has gotten smaller. Now that final values have, you know, the informal appeals are finalized, we've already received some, taking things on to the next level for 25. And so additionally, that legislative change, which basically, if they already have an existing case at BOTA, they don't have to pay a filing fee if the decision's not been made in a prior year. So they can just tack on additional years and have it heard if the case has not yet been heard. And they don't have to pay the filing fee. Yeah, so, you know, it's possible we could see some that still haven't gotten results yet from the open cases getting added on. We're also settling additional, you know, we've got some new information on a few, so my next update, you'll see some changes as well based on new information. Doing what we can to keep that list down, minimize the costs and expense to the taxpayers. I'm fully aware, and I tell my staff every day that we're funded by the taxpayers. We hear it all the time. My taxes, and so I take this budget very seriously and how we utilize it. And so, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, are those the only, BOTA's the only legal services that you would put in that category? Or do we need to make a note that it's BOTA legal services?
It's legal services, whether it's BOTA or exemption applications as well. So if we have an exemption application situation where they request a hearing or BOTA decides they want a hearing, I have to be represented under statute by an attorney. And the same attorney that represents us on our BOTA cases is well versed in all of it and has represented us. So it's not just, it's always at the Board of Tax Appeals ultimately.
that's
So,
what I was-
so yeah, whether it's a valuation appeal or an exemption appeal, it's usually BOTA related. There's not any other litigation that we would see in there. So if you wanted it to say BOTA specifically, I just put the line item that came right out of our,
It's one of our object codes. We
Yes.
can make a note on the side, you know, just for our like internal records, but what we have in context says, you know, object code 2640 legal services.
Yeah, because I think in the counselor's office, I think they note that it goes to for outside or for BOTA or something.
No, it says legal services too. on here.
2640 is the standard in the entire computer system for all departments. It's 2640. That's where all legal services get paid out of each respective budget if there are any others. Another one that we might have is legal services for bond counsel if we go bond issues.
And that would come from outside counsel, not internal.
Mhm.
Okay.
Bond counsel.
we can track it more closely. So we know what cases we've spent what on. I can have, okay, well, we paid this much in fees to this expert witness as it pertains to this case. And this is what, so I can better manage and just see how much is it costing and prepare as those caseloads change year after year. The bills technically come to us and historically they've just been forwarded on. But then there's been a couple, like I said, in the last 2 years where it's like, okay, who's paying this one? You know, as it came to depositions, as it came to sometimes at the Board of Tax Appeals, they'll ask for a transcription of it. And there's a cost to that. I don't know if it's a transcription or it's like a legal summary of some sort. but it is the responsibility that we have to split the cost, the county and the opposing. And so that's another one of those. It's like, well, technically, I think that's under legal, but that's come up a couple times, and I just think it's a better way to keep it all when it's appraisal related together.
Yeah, it's just that, if you want, if there are some legal services that actually the counselor's office can handle, then would that cost go into here, or is that gonna be in the council? Or can they handle any of these?
As it pertains to the Board of Tax Appeals hearings, I would not recommend changing counsel from who is currently managing these cases. Considering the historic backlog, we have the hours upon hours already that has gone into preparation and then rescheduling and preparation and then rescheduling. Our current representative is very well versed, very familiar with how to handle these, and
he
I
does
will-
all the depositions and all that stuff.
yes, yes, he handles all of the responses. On the residential side of things, for the most part, I handle. Like if we're stipulating something, I'll write up the stipulation. I'll use a form from another. And if I go to the Board of Tax Appeals on a residential, typically I will represent Riley County. I don't have to have an attorney in some of those cases. The commercial cases, though, we do. We did have an attorney in one particular residential case just because of the level that that particular case went to. And so it depends. Very rarely, though, would I say that's going to be necessary. I try to limit having to do that.
Costly.
Yes. Are there any other questions or concerns as it pertains to the budget right now?
Are you okay, all three of you okay with her moving that over so I can
No.
reduce the counselor's budget?
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask as well. Thank
yeah,
you.
make sure, yeah, make sure
Thank
it
you.
comes out of theirs.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's a bonding services on here too. Is that
not-
something, that's something you do? It's a $200.
Oh, that's for our, that is for the,
Professional bond.
yes,
The
yes.
liability bond.
Yeah.
It's for, we actually have notaries. We have notaries in our office. Sorry, it took me forever to think of the word. Our front staff has the ability to notarize documents,
Yeah,
and they do
have-
quite a bit of that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yes, so I think it's like every 2 years it comes up, so we have some on one cycle and some on another, so I think we got it okay there. So. Thank you for
Right.
pointing that out. Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, Emily.
Good.
She's new here. I remember my first day.
Over lunch, my daughter sent me a video. She's at the Wichita State campus, Catholic campus center. They're all around the TV, 50 or 60
I was
kids.
gonna say, I saw they made the selection.
Yeah.
Well, they did already?
American priest.
American.
Over video, the
Partner.
something.
Oh, wow, that's quick.
Yeah, I couldn't read the Roman numeral. He's an American, the first American.
There was 3 that they said were the front runners this morning, and no American was on that list.
He's pretty young. For
Oh,
Pope
really?
anyway.
That's what we were talking about.
69.
Oh,
That really
that is pretty young.
Yeah.
They made a point that everyone was under 80, which is unusual, I guess.
No, there's a law, it's a law that, because there's 220 cardinals,
Yeah.
but only those that are under
So
That's
103 were, well, they said, I don't know, I heard on the news, as 103 that were under 80, and I thought, why they.
I thought it was 85, but whatever, you go, but there's a limit that maybe it is 80, that if you're over there, you don't get to vote.
You don't even get
Only
the
the Cardinals, only the young ones get. to
Only the
vote.
young ones. Yeah.
Ones under 80.
Under 80 get to vote.
And I do clarify that, because I thought, why is that a point?
It's, I don't know how long it's been. We watched that, oh, what was that movie about the
With Ralph, or what's famous, Enclave, yeah.
Enclave? And we sat there and they'd say something and go, is that right? And we were sitting there Googling everything to see, yeah, that is right. No, that's not right. That's not how, just kind of, it was just interesting because we just watched it last week.
Yeah, I tried to watch it like a month ago, and I was so much that it was just so, that I didn't know, and it's hard to, I only got about halfway through.
We watched it. And like I said, they bring something up and went, I wonder if that's right. And it made us, especially with this coming up, we started looking it up to see.
I hope there's not as much there's so much intrigue and like maneuvering. I was like, oh wow.
It's political.
Yeah, I mean, and then some guy showed up at the beginning from it that they'd never even heard.
And they're not allowed.
Secret.
That can't be true because that isn't, it was, I can't remember what it is, but it's he can name a cardinal, but not publicly name him. There's a Latin term for it, just because like that guy was in some Iran or Pakistan or something.
Yeah.
And they can do that, but they're not allowed to vote in the cardinal
Okay,
thing.
so that was the dramatic effect. Okay.
Unless it's been announced.
Yeah.
They're not.
I thought, oh gosh, something bad's gonna happen there with this guy, and it was just too much for me to think about the church being that. I don't know.
Yeah, like I say, some of it was right and some of it wasn't.
It's interesting. It says Pope Paul number 6 in 1970, who are age 80 or over when the Pope dies are excluded from the closed door proceedings. In addition, a prelate who has retained his title as a cardinal but has lost or forfeited his rights as a cardinal cannot enter the vote.
So now they're still in there. They're still locked in.
No, they're out now.
They're out.
He was, he was announced, but yeah, I remember there was one of the cardinals, his 80th birthday was like two days after Pope, so he was allowed in there because he was 2 days.
Oh, really?
Pope Francis died.
Yeah, it'd be so frustrating if you're 2 days before.
It's the age you are when.
I did hear the background on why they're locked in there, which is interesting because they weren't always. And apparently one time it took 3 years because they
were.
Well, not all through history. So they made that a thing, and I don't remember more than 100 years ago, because at one point in history, it took 3 years to name someone because they
We're all over the place, yeah.
And so they made it harder that you wouldn't want to, like, you don't want to stay there with limited options for food and things.
Yeah. Well, they could zoom in, I suppose, yeah.
How would they burn that?
How you do the white and black smoke on Zoom?
Oh my gosh. If we get to the point where cardinals can zoom in, I don't know. The Pope's a big deal, not even being Catholic. I think it's.
It is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's been interesting. I've been reading more about it.
How old was Francis when he was? Did you hear how old he was?
I remember hearing it, but I,
80,
Or was he
80 something.
yeah. 86 sticks in my head, but it's stuck in my head. I know they announced it several times.
88.
Yeah,
He was 88, okay.
I remember, so he spoke a lot of languages, but he was from, I think, Latin American, so he did a lot of his Latin American services in Spanish, and I remember listening to some of them, and they were really, in his own original language, they were just really personable.
Well, this one, he's from Chicago, but he was in Peru for a number of years, he was an archbishop in Peru.
That's interesting.
So yeah.
He did really well with the
Yeah,
Italian.
yeah.
Yeah, I listened to him speaking Italian.
That's fun. So I'm going to Peru in September. I wonder if they've got to have some pride with that too, even if he is American. Yeah.
It's the young guy going through.
I don't know yet. Rich has been lobbying for me to take the 7-year-old, but we're going to go we're going to walk the Incan Trail.
Not everyone's doing that though. Even the older ones might be. So you're out of excuses.
He's been heckling me for.
How do you not take your child to?
Exactly.
One day is 9 miles.
She's
Like,
abandoned.
I'll be.
You can ask him.
Get it back. Yeah.
He weighs like 60 pounds.
Nice story.
Right. I guess we have to pay attention.
I don't know how you're gonna top that, Russ.
Yeah, right.
Give it your best shot.
Following up on the Pope, you gotta be.
Yeah, I started that whole conversation. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Russell Stuckey with Emergency Management, Fire, and 911. As you know, I have three different budgets, emergency management, fire, and 911. First on the emergency management budget, nothing really earth-shattering there. The overall increase is $12,000. The bulk of that increase is directly related to personnel costs of just shy of 10,500. That leaves a $1,600 increase attributable to the VCs. I don't know if you have any questions on there. Pretty straightforward. The one thing that we, is up in the air with federal funding and everything. Our planner position is funded with Emergency Management Performance Grant Funds, which is a federal pass-through through KDM from the federal government. So, that's up in the air. We don't know what that'll look like. HR and budget and I have talked about it, and we'll just have to see as we go, and as new information comes available, we'll bring it to you. Do you have any questions on the emergency management side? One other small note, I guess, emergency management. Out of emergency management, we pay for a few things that are 911 related, but we can't spend the E911 funds on. So there's stuff that comes up in there that some years we need to do and some we don't, like adding gravel to the roads up to the radio towers, for example. We don't do that every year, but when you got to add gravel, you got to add gravel. Public Works does it for us, but we got to pay for the rock. Just as one example. Fire district budget, overall increase of $1,393. So pretty much neutral. Probably the biggest note there is for the last 5 years, we've had a $59,000 payment on a loan that we had on radios that we've made that last payment. So, but instead of being able to reduce the budget, we had an increase in over $30,000 in insurance costs and then personnel costs. And so basically we've kept it flat though. So like I said, an increase of not quite $1,400. We have changed how we arranged the budget a little bit. We've not budgeted as, I guess you say it, as aggressively on the 3 Cs and putting more directly to capital outlay. It's still a deal where, we aren't going to spend that capital outlay money for sure until we get through grass season and later on into the year to make sure our 3 Cs, we don't exceed those too much because we have a bad year and have to pull some of that capital outlay money back into the 3 Cs. But on paper, we've kind of changed a little bit, again, keeping the budget flat. And then as part of the fire, that our primary fire budget's Fund 183. And then along with Fund 183, we have 184 and 185, which are 184 is the capital outlay. So when at the end of the year, when we have extra money left, that's what we roll it into from 183. And then we also budget to put money in 84 to buy capital equipment, primarily fire trucks. That could also include self-contained breathing apparatus, thermal imaging cameras, some bigger ticket items also. And then along with 184, we have 185, which is building projects. One reason we were able to keep the budget flat is because the commission allowed us to use some ARPA funds to build Station 110 up in University Park, which is almost complete. We're not quite ready to schedule a ribbon cutting yet, but it's on our radar. We're still waiting on Evergy to get electricity to the building, and we're still waiting on the engineers to get the plans done to satisfy KDHE, to extend the water main, to get water to the building. Getting water to the building wouldn't stop us from moving in, but obviously electricity does, so. But since we were able to use the ARPA funds going forward, talking to Brittany, and we are still gonna budget and put a little bit of money into 185 just for, we have 15 stations, there's always something, a roof to do, garage doors to repair, painting, insulation, HVAC. There's always something, so we've budgeted, we have about $30,000 in there, and we budgeted at another 10, so some money to do station maintenance and repairs. Any questions on the fire side? And then lastly, we have the 911 fund. As you know, that gets funded through E911 fees that are charged to both landline and mobile phones. So I'm sure you've seen that on your own phone bills. The state collects that money. They keep a portion of it for the state 911 backbone of the system. And then they pass through, there's a slight typo in there. It says public safe peace to the peace apps. And in the parentheses, it should say public safety answering points. But instead of just public safety. But so that in Riley County, for example, we have one public safety answering point that receives 911 funds. And I guess technically we have one public safety answering point. K-State also has a dispatch center, but they are not we transfer the calls to them from our dispatch center that are campus specific or like campus police. Whereas we provide the fire and EMS protection to the campus, so we still get the 911 calls. Other jurisdictions the city may have a dispatch center and the county have a dispatch center, or there may be 2 or 3 cities within a county that have a dispatch center. So, but fortunately here we just have one, and so our 911 fund money comes to us, and I'm your administrator for that. We are deficit spending in that fund, and so we do spend more than comes in every year, but we do have a surplus. Right now, depending on how things go, we probably have 8 to 10 years. The last calculation before if nothing changes, before we have to start supplementing that fund. So I don't think we need to do anything yet. But if expenses would go up, that amount of years of cushion will come down, and vice versa. We have went from approximately 3 or 4 years ago spending $100,000 in deficit spending to down to about 50 now. So with some different cost cutting things we've done, that's helped that. So do you have any questions on that? That's all I have. Unless you have any other questions for me.
There's 2 more on here. Yeah, there was a separate one for fire station projects.
Yeah, that was 184 and 185.
That's a breakdown of those other line items. Oh,
Well, so they're their own budget. I mean, not own budgets.
They are.
Or their own fund. Their own fund.
okay, when you say 184, that's not what it said on that line, or the line.
184 is capital outlay, correct? Yeah, 184 is capital outlay, 185 is station.
So here's 183. That's basically our general operating one, where all of our salaries and everything come from. And Brittany or Rich can correct me if I'm wrong. That's what we charge the ad valorem taxes to, and then we distribute out of 183 to 184 and 185.
Yeah,
So
183 is their daily operational budget. And then any expenditures that aren't expended that they would like to transfer to capital outlay, they can transfer statutory to 184 for future costs like fire stations or whatever. So,
whereas the 911 fund is 148,
Mhm.
and then on down the list is 185. So that's the fire station project one that I mentioned, that we're budgeting $10,000 in 183 to put into the 185.
I don't know how many fund numbers we have nowadays, but back in the day, I used to have every one of them memorized off the top of my head. Brittany's probably close to there.
We have a lot. I don't think I'm
Oh, yeah.
Michelle
I was in
Adams.
Office. I had
Really
all.
We had a lot fewer.
No, we had more.
You
I
had
can show
more?
you the levy. The treasurer, clerk, appraiser, we all had a separate fund outside of general. It was crazy. Crazy.
Must have had a larger.
Any other questions for me, Commissioner?
See, each of those was a separate fund.
Oh, goodness.
Health department, noxious weed, all of them had their own razors.
Oh.
Community
Had their own
corrections has
separate mill levy.
15, so.
Had their own separate mill levy too. Mhm.
Ah, that's a good thing you didn't have R&R for all those.
I've got levy sheets here. Back to,
You put those in
But
the
you'd have to have a
archives.
separate hearing for each one of them.
got levy sheets here back to 1980.
Oh, and then you probably did it all by hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Eileen King and I implemented the first computerized system in Riley County in the mid-90s.
Yeah, I've done ledgers and stuff. Yeah.
But the book was
Yeah.
this
I bet it
big
was huge.
by this big.
This
That's
thick.
what I, where we were. Went and had a museum in their courthouse. And the shelf there was all was lead, you know.
Yep.
Years and years of
They're
stuff.
still downstairs in the basement storage.
How's it going, David?
Hoping they get flooded someday.
Hopefully not. Hopefully they're high enough they don't.
That's Joe wouldn't say.
But yeah, it's like the 51. Yeah. Problem.
Those, they probably go all the way back to the beginning of the county, right?
Sure, what we don't have, the museum would have. A lot of the old
Yeah.
ones, because we have historical schedules on when we can get rid of stuff. We always offered them to them first. Of course, Cheryl Collins would take everything.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Catherine's a little more selective, so. And for all I know, maybe that's some of the stuff they got rid of. I do not know.
Just little.
That's her professional realm.
Hmm.
Just that like the check stuff and everything, these drawers like that.
I remember those drawers.
Hmm.
We had them here in county.
Then they had all of their,
Oh, goodness.
can't remember where it was, we saw that now.
Hmm.
Don't have it on here. It was in 21, it's been a while.
So they still were using them in 21.
No, this is just they had in there, in the courthouse, they had,
Oh,
they
the
had these pictures of what it used
Oh,
to be,
okay.
you know, whole wall of those little drawers.
Oh, yeah. It was like our book cabinets at the library.
Yeah, the library catalog.
Yeah.
Now, when I was working in the library at the college,
They
when
have
I was a
about-
student, we
Speaking
did
of
all
the
cars.
Historical Museum, they've got about 7 or 8 of those in there in the back room.
7 or 8 of everything.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Tax to elections, I have seen a little bit of change.
Yeah.
We were all favorable.
Oh, you still got.
Let them go early.
Oh, that's right.
We need to wait in case somebody wants to, was turning in to watch. Could be on tape. Couldn't.
Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
YouTube. You can.
We go ahead.
Whatever you
Yep.
commissioners want to do.
Our way.
Public hearing, so.
Correct.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS AMS Director with my budget presentation. So starting off with the personnel side, we have not made any changes on our personnel side from the EMS standpoint as far as hours worked, events, things like that. We're staying static with where we are there.
But overtime, I mean, has that gone up or down?
Gone
'Cause
down.
that changes.
It has gone
Yeah,
down
and that's
with
what I thought.
the-
Rearranged, yeah.
Yeah, when we added the positions, it's done exactly what we expected it to do. Our overtime has gone down as it compared to historically. So. Rich, you're thinking.
I always think, Dave,
I
if
know,
I'm
but I mean,
sleeping, I'm thinking.
You were, I don't sleep.
But no, our overtime has gone down. It's done exactly as we had planned that it would do. So, but we think we've really dialed in on those things, and as well as the training, the holidays and such. So the increase that you show here is just possible merit raises and then increased costs associated with benefits.
And when are we discussing that?
Merit or COLA, all COLA.
Everything else.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be a waste. So none of these have COLA.
Right, only merit. And you have to remember that's, we project that everyone's gonna get a merit, and that's not always the case. Not everyone automatically gets merit.
That's why I have possible in there.
Highest case scenario for the merit.
Right. So, and then the total for the 3Cs has increased to $18,915. You'll see it, there's some that have gone up, some have gone down as we've made the adjustments and such, but the big changes, again, this year, 29,400 in contract services. That's tied almost all exclusively to our billing. As our revenue has gone up, as the increase in payments from Medicare, Medicaid, and such has gone up, our billing costs go up because the billing is 5.5% of our revenue. So that's the reason why that's come up, is just to help offset
You have
that.
somebody outside, I mean.
Yes, our billing is Omni Billing out of Wichita.
Oh, okay, I didn't know, 'cause I thought, you don't have a bookkeeper there.
No, for us, it would be,
Contract,
yeah,
you sub it out.
we sub it out. We've done that from the get-go.
Yeah.
It's the only way to do it. We couldn't go back. It is so specialized. And we
You
would
enter
need,
it wrong on the Medicare thing,
Yeah.
you're not gonna pay it. And if
yeah,
you-
and then,
right.
then you're audited, and then they hold all of your money until they audit everything. Oh, And we would have to have at least 2 full-time
Oh,
billers.
yeah, I tell you.
Just for our department based on our call volume. So, and that's at least, and then the specialized equipment and the servers and all of that goes with it. Because we looked at it, and just when we first came over, it was like $80,000 minimum just in the computer equipment. That was without personnel. And then the billers for EMS are so specialized, you lose one, you got to have another one right now, because if not, you have a backlog. And then you have to have some unhappy customers. So, so that is why that has increased. And it's just, we're trying to, over the last several years, trying to catch up with what, it's good to get more reimbursement, but it's one of those things you gotta, you gotta pay money to make money. So, a couple of the increases, medical supply costs of $7,000. That's just medical supplies, they just go up. And anytime there's a hurricane, it affects us. Because if there's a hurricane in the Caribbean, then that is where supply chains start with the making of medical products. Then they shift to the Carolinas and the Tennessee so a few years ago, we could not get IV bags, the plastic bags, for years, because that comes out of the Caribbean. This last year, had the IV bags, but the plants that they manufactured the fluids and put them in were wiped out. So we have a heck of a time with getting 500 cc bags of normal saline or dextrose infused medications because of supply chains. It's all tied to hurricanes. It's the craziest thing. So, but
you need to open one of those businesses here.
Well, absolutely. Then we get hit by a tornado. You might like. So then what happens is you reach out to suppliers. If you don't buy a certain amount of your supplies from them, then they won't sell them to you because it's limited. So they only sell it to people who buy X amount. So we use multiple suppliers because we're always looking at costs. Well, that becomes a pain. So, but that's why those supply costs, they continue to go up, and who knows with tariffs, what's going to happen there. So we did not anticipate anything with tariffs because you just don't know. So, and then capital outlay of $2,700 as we start to replace some equipment at some of our stations. Repair maintenance of equipment, $3,500. Our cardiac monitors, our stretchers, our systems. When we have an issue there, we can do some little bit of maintenance, but when it comes to a cardiac monitor or ventilator, if you take out a screw, then it voids the warranty. So you can do nothing with them. You have to ship them off, and and then they'll send you a loaner, but you have to pay for that. And so it just seems, they just get you coming and going. So, so the increase of $4,000 in computer software maintenance support, we've done, it's for two different reasons. One, we have 360-degree cameras in our ambulances. We had to upgrade those because those became non-supported. The good thing about these systems is with this new one, it's the same company, it's just the next version. So I can watch real time of our ambulances driving down the street. And if they have what it calls a distraction, it automatically flags it for 2 seconds before, 2 seconds after, and then it saves it. So if they're driving down the street and the driver looks left, it'll ding them and then it'll flag it as that's a distraction. So if the driver picks up the radio mic because they're the only one in front, radio mic, we've had to turn it down so much because they touch the radio mic, it would flag it and it would ding at them that that's a distraction. But it works very well. It saved us several times from where we've been into an accident and said, well, our camera shows that you fell asleep and ran, or they ran into the side of us and things like that.
Holy cow.
But
How these working people?
no, we, on I-70 a couple years ago, coming back from Kansas City, middle of the night, the crew's going down the road, there's a car beside them. And they're kind of weaving and the crew's moving over, and you can tell they're honking. The driver fell asleep and went over and hit the front of our truck. So it was all on camera. So, but
Lucky for him, the services were right there.
absolutely. All they did was wake him up. Didn't hurt him, just woke him up. But
Camera catching when you go through the ambulance bay doors.
I'm speaking to the commissioner.
First I'm hearing this.
Me too. I don't know what he's talking about. And then the medical supply system, it's called our Plexus. When the DEA came out 2 years ago and said that they enhanced how you track your controlled medications. And it was the same with the radio system. When we upgraded, if it's too much and if your state allows what you're using, you can use it. But if you make any changes, then you have to meet the new requirement. Going into the new building absolutely falls under that. So that's what our Plexus system does. And what that does is it tracks all of our medication in and out through a computerized system where the staff will log in, they'll put in their own PIN number that they come up with, the run number, and then what medication they want. Then the machine will open up a drawer and then open a door and so there's their one medication. So that way it tracks all your in and out. And it's done, foolproof, if you will. So that's, it was $150 a month for that monthly fee for that. So that's what that is for. A decrease in the pharmaceuticals. So the medical supplies went up, the pharmaceuticals, medications have gone down. So some of that is because they've gone off their trademark now and such. So we take advantage of those when we can. So, and then the last one was the vehicle insurance. Every year from the beginning, that number that was put in by finance, and it just stayed that number. I met with Brittany this year and said, hey, that I didn't put that number in. That's what Tammy had put in at the very beginning. So I said, okay, we've been here 7 years. We can adjust that. So that's what that was for. So it was time to make that adjustment. I was a little worried because, they're saying insurance was going up and such, but we're fine. So that's why we made that adjustment.
Everybody else is giving us, hey, that's the insurance and
It
you're
was-
decreasing.
Yeah, that's just the number
back to everybody saying,
that was a number that Tammy had put in, and that's how she wanted it, and we just had never changed it. So, and then I broke down the anticipated increase in fees collected of 76,300 from what we had in 2025. And I say that now, and then I did the first 4 months of our data, really looked at it, and our out-of-town transfers are down 45%. So that, but that also means we're not using as much fuel, we're not using as much food, we're not using as much wear and tear on the trucks,
and garage doors.
Commissioner McKinley. Understood.
They don't need your help.
I feel your pain on that one, David.
John Edelman about it. It's easy to fix.
So do you have any questions about anything here?
Looking forward to June 23rd.
Correct. So what'll happen there is, so I talked to Sheldon, the superintendent. He's very comfortable with that. When we meet next Tuesday with the large group, I'll make sure everybody's good with that, and then we'll put out a press release. So, June 23rd that should be the latest day, because it's in the contract is actually the Friday before. But I don't think we're gonna I was hoping we get it in earlier, but I don't think we're gonna get in earlier.
You've waited long enough. You can get a few extra days. You'll be
Absolutely,
okay.
absolutely. So, but I believe the 23rd, so.
Ribbon cutting there and groundbreaking across the street.
There you go, absolutely. I like that idea. So I told Sheldon is ribbon cutting at 2:30, done at 4, then you better get out of the way.
Yeah.
Cause you will get run over.
So what was it they said at first? They were gonna allow you 3 weeks to move or something?
No, they're 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah,
Oh,
2
I remember
months.
it was a huge month.
Yeah.
And you said, get out of the way.
Yeah.
We're moving.
Hold my Coke, right? 'Cause- But
That's not the proper expression.
So what we think is gonna happen is we're hoping to get a TCO for the 9th. And which will allow us to start bringing in supplies to set up the offices for the company. That'll set up the offices, the training room, furniture. Our Pixis will be here then, so we can get it set up and get it on the network. And then the week of the 16th is when we'll do staff training with the Pixis. That company will bring in a trainer for 4 days. So we can start setting up some of the rooms, supply rooms and things like that then, just to help make the transition quicker. And when we get into this rooms, and we're having a lot of discussions now about how exactly do we want these set up? Because now we can see the cabinets and in all the different rooms and such. So that gives us a couple weeks to kind of start making some of that transition. So, because we got to get out of the FCRC, so you can get moved in there for your meetings, but but that's how we kind of see this playing out.
No, we're taking over your space.
Corey said no. Corey said no. I offered.
They can change Corey's mind.
I don't know. What is Corey to say?
Well, the problem is you don't have offices in our building. That would be, but yeah.
Well.
Well, now
David's office.
don't you have someplace else?
Kids.
Don't you have a grandchild to look after or something?
Another one coming the 23rd.
This is a shocker.
It's gonna be a great facility.
It's fantastic. It's, so they passed the above ceiling inspection on Tuesday. So now they've got, putting in all the ceiling tile and finishing all of that out. And I was over there, I've only been called over twice today, so, but there's still time left. But they're working, MCM's working on the ground to get all the dirt brought in and leveled and such. They're working on concrete. I think I said yesterday, there were over 30 people inside the building yesterday working between painters, electricians, flooring, plumbers, BHS. It was just a beehive of people, so. But it's coming along really well, so.
Thanks, Dave.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you, commissioners, and you, Rich.
You have a minute?
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy.
15 with Amy, commissioners.
It's really me, but yeah.
Oh.
Is you?
You're pinch hitting? Good deal.
Well, then we can have it ahead of time, right?
I was gonna say, why don't you just do it now?
Yeah.
We can't have another bridge here.
Yeah.
He just harasses them anyway.
I know.
Yeah. So Amy is out, which is
Yeah.
why I'm doing her. She had emailed you guys. So Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present the Register of Deeds budget and her tech fund as well. She did have a memo in here, and I hope that you were able to read through it, because one thing she really pointed out was Heritage Trust. So this, we are not required to include it in our budget. We've spoken with the auditors. We're required to make the distribution to the state. But where that, I mean, we do other distributions within Riley County, like the treasurer's office is a great example. And then we don't budget for those. So to really look at our overall budget, and really it's the Heritage Trust that is the only one that keeps changing every year in Amy's budget. And it always looks like a pretty large increase in her budget. It is really out of her control. So we've met and talked and discussed with the auditor, and they were fine with removing the budget line. And we'll just have it as a distribution. And it's not something we'll get, hit on our audit or anything for. So
I talked to her about it when I talked to her on Friday.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Are there any questions on that? Okay, perfect.
I had a lot of questions up front when I talked to her, but
Yeah.
we're clear now.
Good, good, good. So of course, again, personnel does not reflect COLA, just similar as we do with all other budgets. It's merit only. And then just, you can see that taking that Heritage Trust out of the budget was a huge reduction in hers. So I think when I put it in my development worksheet that, we start presenting in June, it's like a 52% drop in her budget, taking that out. So.
And she got the mortgage registration fee back.
Mhm.
Did she?
No, I mean, imagine if she did.
Yeah.
If she did, yeah.
Yeah, same with commodities. She was able to reduce a couple of lines. And then capital outlay as well. So Joey's budget's just a little bit just to cover herself if she needs anything. This $34,000, from last year, that was her big move upstairs, and she did.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, so it is really nice up there. I was very surprised.
You got it rearranged to where you can actually walk. I mean, you can like dance around and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The other day, peeked in.
I looked in there, I was like, I wondered if I walked into the right office.
I know. And when I hadn't been in there, and I typically don't go up there, but when I did go up there a couple months ago, I think to talk about Heritage Trust, actually, I was like, oh my goodness. And then I brought up points, when we did the building tour, and I was like, okay, does this help the things that you had issues with, when we looked at this in September? And she's like, yeah, it's a huge difference. So I think that's really awesome for office. So any questions on her budget overall? Perfect. Tech fund, pretty straightforward. So she anticipates getting in the same amount of revenue. And then, pretty similar expenditure. She increased contractual services by about $10,000. But as you know, she's doing that huge overhaul in her office for, the scanning project and everything. So that factors into some of these costs as well. Any questions on any of these? No? Okay. Okay, so now you have a long break until the emergency shelter.
Emily usually shows up kind of early, so.
Yeah.
Anything will help, because I gotta shoot over to Walmigo for an appointment.
Perfect.
Well, you missed it.
Yep.
Oh, well. Like Russell saying, he approves his budget when he starts putting the R's on his vehicle. They put it on the new vehicles, but none of the existing ones
Really?
that I've seen.
No, Raleigh.
Have they,
No
have they
R's.
not gotten them yet?
I don't know. I was gonna harass him about it. Forgot.
I did tell Daniel that you guys said that his budget is approved contingent on him bringing penalties.
Okay.
He thought it was funny.
Oh, so I'm wrapping my head around when I get to judge this year for baking. What are those again?
What?
Kolaches?
Kolaches.
Kolaches.
Good check. Czechoslovakia.
That'll be fun.
They're really good. Who's gonna do cookies? I
No.
don't know who does, I wanna do cookies. Maybe if I ate 60 of them, I wouldn't want any more for the rest of the year.
I would do that.
Get mad and throw her phone, we better be careful.
It's not a good sign. Oh, let's.
You guys have noticed, but a lot of the appropriation requests have stayed very.
Yeah,
They're staying pretty,
I wasn't expecting that either.
And I know
especially with the insurance on every one jumping.
a lot of people have stayed relatively flat, and I have all the numbers in here, you know, for budgets and stuff, and I really think it's gonna be a much easier year. So.
My biggest concern is that I don't see our revenue streams moving forward. There's nothing new that's coming online. That's the big challenge.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be in a couple of years.
Yeah, she's here.
Yeah.
Oh, Elizabeth's not, sorry. She's right behind you, actually. Boy, did you watch any of that the other night? How contentious that was?
Oh,
Oh, was it?
The Unger complex discussion.
I
the other
heard
night?
just on what I heard on radio.
Some people,
what did that?
Well, they're doing it, but they had to prove the rezoning.
yeah,
Of it and all the neighbors.
Didn't like it.
they don't like the density part of it. I understand that, but you can work that part of it out.
Well, they've got a lot of parking there.
And it isn't like they're gonna be driving down through their,
Right.
and they're not gonna be driving through the neighborhood, but they're right off of Anderson.
Right.
But they're getting ready.
And they do need to get that part of it
They
figured
do,
out. I
they-
do agree with that.
Yeah, they're getting ready to redo Anderson now, that whole stretch, and they just need to accommodate that now.
Which
Plan ahead a little
I'm
bit.
pretty sure with the consultant and engineer, you can figure that out pretty easy.
Yeah, you think.
I don't have a problem with the project personally. I really
It's
don't.
a good use of that
I do
space.
too.
It's pretty
Well,
empty.
you
I
see-
drive by there times a week.
Building needs repurposed, kind of like, and I still, we can see it from our buildings, what they did to that Crumbs View College
Oh, it's
facility. It used
amazing.
to look so block, kind of like that one, and what they did to
Oh,
it, just
yeah.
it revitalized it.
It's not even just revitalizing the building, it's providing something of very much so substance at pretty fair price, So.
Barry
Affordable
sent me this, they passed. On it.
You didn't get Amy's budget cut, did you? Okay, good.
Passed a resolution on the 7th.
Actually, she cut her own budget, actually.
Mhm. Well, yeah, we're done with that.
The city passed a resolution saying they're done with them.
Yeah, no, I knew you did it.
They're number one.
I just had to catch David while he was here.
We haven't added it to the law board budget yet.
Welcome to our world. They did the same thing with the health department many moons ago.
But and Barry sent it to me saying that yesterday the city passed the resolution saying we're done with animal control as of December 31st. They'll go to RCPD.
And RCPD hasn't approved.
And we
it
haven't
yet.
approved it. The law board
Yeah,
hasn't
Brian.
approved it yet.
I haven't read it, but Brian Pete sent an email regarding that earlier, which I haven't got to get to, but I just knew that that's
I
what
got
it was
one,
about.
I got one from Barry saying, what do you think? I think they're jumping the gun a little
Yeah.
bit there.
Did you also get the email on the port security?
Oh, yeah, from Pete trying to charge us for that now.
Well,
Oh, you kidding me? Just like the SROs, huh?
Yeah.
well, the SROs, I don't know, I'm thinking that the school district should kick in. SROs.
Interesting.
They had a meeting. I didn't ever hear Darren
They
said
got
she'd
into
call
a
and let me
fight.
know. During it, yeah, I don't know. But they were having a separate meeting last week. Between the superintendents, our supervisors,
Oh,
both
really?
numbers.
Well,
Aaron had never called, she was told me she was gonna let me know how it went. She didn't
That
call.
is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, they were saying they didn't do a lot of security, that they did a lot of handling the kids and stuff. Well, that's not really something the police officer. So, yeah.
The only thing is, they've had 3 officers. Sure why.
I think you could get away with just one. And you could do a badge system for everybody that's in and out of the building. That still keeps it secure, and you can have one officer there that could just deal with the general public. It's not that big of a deal.
Let people have a computer, or you let people if you want.
Well, you just got a card system, just like ours, and it's just either a key fob or a, for everybody that works in the building or everybody that's going to be in the building, and it's not that
So
difficult.
we have one for.
I mean,
the
yeah,
church
there's
that
a
opens the
cost for
doors if you-
for the
people check
hardware and the
Wi-Fi.
technology, but I mean, it's gonna save you cost and personnel on top of it.
He didn't say exactly what it was. But like I say, I cut down the numbers.
And then, as we move into a new facility, we're gonna have all that already integrated into it anyway, so probably won't need it. That's my thought.
They're brand new school.
I think Lyon County decades ago, when we toured that one, they still have the same, so I think they had 2 people that were at it.
Yeah, I think, even if it's a new building, you have to have a couple of people there.
For processing and stuff, right?
Uh,
Yeah, I mean. I just think we're overthinking that just a bit, maybe. I don't know, maybe it's just.
So we're pretty ahead of schedule. So if you wanted to.
Do you want to just start? Want me to
Yeah,
start?
jump right in.
Okay.
I know you wanted to spend a lot of time over here, but
This is how my entire day has, my entire life.
Well, take
now.
your time. Take
Like,
your time.
Michelle's a hot mess, I'm a hot mess, or are we recording? That's not good.
Yes. Anybody who knows,
Anybody, yeah.
anybody knows what you guys do over there already knows.
my
that,
gosh,
so,
yeah.
You're
Yeah.
good.
Okay, honestly, you probably don't even need to pull my stuff up. So thanks for having me. I'm Emily with the shelter. We're applying for the same thing. I think you guys saw, it's always my night staff salary. That's where I need Riley County's help. We didn't ask for an increase because I know it's hard to fund our request in full anyway. We do appreciate the allocation that we got last year and a bit of an increase there. That was very helpful to us. So not doing anything different with those programs. What I wanted to talk to you guys about was federal funds. Just so everybody's been asking me, I get tons of phone calls. So I thought maybe I would just start with that and explain kind of what's going on. So we have 2 programs that we're supposed to be starting. One is a rental assistance program that I wrote to help with our entire region. We are the only shelter. And so now that people are starting to get mobile, we have a lot of people coming to Manhattan because of opportunity and jobs and housing. And then they get here and realize it's expensive. Jobs don't necessarily pay as much as what they were thinking, and then get themselves caught and not having a place to be, can't afford deposits, can't afford the hotel they were staying in. And so we're trying to mitigate some of that so that so we don't have an influx of people from other counties and other areas coming to Riley County and then putting this huge strain on our social services because we can't keep up. I mean, that's just plain and simple that agencies cannot keep up right now. So we have that program that should be starting in June, and then we have another one that was supposed to be a case manager for us and outreach. All of those funds are in the air right now, so we don't know.
I may ask from the federal level, where are those funds coming from? What department? That's what I figured.
from HUD, so they are HAP grants, they're homeless assistance programs. I think, I mean, to be very honest with you, I think we're gonna end up being okay.
I think what I'm hearing anyway is you may not necessarily get it from HUD, but that pool of money is gonna come from a different department.
Right,
Okay.
right, and the focus now is actually almost more on street.
Maybe better, it
homelessness.
may be worse depending on
Right,
streams
right,
and everything,
right.
but yeah.
It sounds like they're kind of focusing, they're shifting their focus at HUD away from their housing programs, so their permanent housing programs, their transitional housing, rental assistance, but I'm hoping that means then they are gonna put more money into shelters, because we have one grant that the federal government helps with shelter. And that comes through the city of Manhattan, it has to come through the municipality. We have applied for that, it should start in June or July, but we're being told the funds are not there, but we still turned in the application in hopes that they will be there. So.
Is that usually how it works? It's usually-
Normally, we do the application, we have the funds starting June or July, and then that's what we run.
Because they're running on that CR until September, so.
Right, so we're gonna know nothing until then at least, and so. My plans are, we did move some of our community foundation funds, our expendable fund, we moved and put that on our books. So now I have that as, that's our reserves. So we'll use that for a bit to float. I do have, you know, I've been at the shelter for a long time. So we went through this again in 2008, something very similar.
I think you had some struggles in
Mhm.
2012 too, I remember that.
Yeah, and so we, at that point, we got a loan through the bank that's just a revolving loan that we keep open. We don't have anything borrowed out on it, but I do that in case our reimbursements are slow coming in and I need to pull off that. So we have that as an opportunity. I use that as last resort, but I think, you know, I think we'll be fine. And it's just gonna be a struggle for these next few months trying to figure out where money's coming from. I think it's gonna be a lot of double work because we've done all of these applications. They're all gonna change and then we're gonna be doing new applications again, but that's the nature of chasing funds. So, I mean, I'm up for that challenge. It's just the community, this community cannot go without a homeless shelter. We can't close. I don't believe that the community can also fund us in full. So, I mean, at some point we have to rely on federal grants. The state of Kansas does not have grants for homeless shelters. So if you're lobbying your state, we are not eligible for any of the state general funds. The crisis center, so DV shelters and veterans homes and veterans services can apply to those funds, but homeless shelters don't qualify. So I'm hoping that with some of this shift and things being put back on the states, that maybe that'll get Kansas to relook at it.
If you had a specific program that looked at one of those two, like veterans, I mean, or military.
We don't, I know, we just
military
don't
community.
we don't serve enough. So what happens with our veterans here, usually when they are in a crisis and needing assistance, they need to be closer to the VAs. And so we're trying to get them to, is it Beatrice and there's, or Grand Island, there's something right across the border in Nebraska. And then we have the VA in Topeka. And so normally they're needing care and they're service coordinators. And so we're trying to get them to those areas. There is a per diem grant that I could apply for veterans, but we don't qualify because we don't serve enough veterans. So then they don't qualify us for that. So I think, you know, and of course we do serve domestic violence victims, but we are not a licensed or accredited DV shelter, and the crisis center needs those funds as well. So I'm just hoping it'll maybe give us some new funding streams. It's going to give us an opportunity to redo some of our policies and things to now realign with what the new administration is wanting us to align with, and that's always good because it just causes you to look inside to your practices and your dual controls and your policies and procedures to see where you're missing and where we can make things better. Sometimes you get complacent when you've been doing the same thing for years and years. So, you know, it's good to have that. And I'm excited to kind of be able to start looking at those things, but funding will be interesting. There's a lot of agencies in this town that also, I mean, they survive off of Medicaid and Medicare. I'm really worried. We do not. I've never started getting into the billing to Medicaid
I
and
don't think you
Medicare.
want to at this point.
No, there
You
are
really
some
don't.
shelters, but I've just never, we don't have the staff to deal with the paperwork and all of that for it. So it's never been something feasible for us, but those medical agencies, Big Lakes, Pawnee, home care
We've
hospice,
already-
you know,
We've already heard from one of them. It's not a rosy picture.
no, it's not gonna be good. And so and as a shelter, we need all of those agencies to be flourishing and running in town because our clients need all of those agencies. So I'm also worried about that because it's not just gonna be us that's having an issue. We're not gonna have services to send our clients to get help either if they're not there. So we're not gonna go away. We're not gonna shut down. We can run off our reserves. I don't want to deplete our reserves, but at some point I just tell myself I gotta have a little bit of faith that it's all gonna shake out okay in the end. It's just gonna make us scramble for a bit. And, that's not always a bad thing, I suppose. That's how I'm trying to look at it right now. So, but we have not been told that we're not getting, none of our funds have been completely cut except EFSP, which is a county wide thing that comes from FEMA, and that's your emergency shelter program. I think you sat on that for a while. So as of now, those funds are gone. And we,
Well, I mean,
right.
if I could
Yep.
speak somewhat positive, when I was there, we were like three years behind on
Yeah,
it anyway.
I know.
so
Well, so we've gotten
it's
all caught up.
just an Easy
know.
stream of money.
It is. And that's what I mean, that's the nice thing about those funds. It is fairly easy.
Mhm.
It's a fairly easy stream to be in compliance with too. It's not a whole lot of our budget. It was, we get 10 to maybe 15 a year out of that. So we do know that that's gone. They completed phase 41 and they're up to date and it's done. So
There's a couple of different agencies that pulled from that stream.
right now it's just us in the crisis center
Okay.
for mass shelter. So we are the two agencies that'll see that cut there. So, it's just all bad timing because there's lots of agencies that are relying on the community and calling on the community to keep their agencies running and afloat. And the community's getting tapped out. I mean, you guys are asked every day, every week to give to a different cause. And so at some point, there's just not going to be enough to go around. And I'm sure there's going to be agencies that unfortunately have to close. So, yeah. Any questions, anything else for me? Okay, I think, otherwise the shelter is running fine. Our fire extinguishers are getting inspected right now. I've got a back door being fixed and I have the plumbers there and we have lights go out. So that's what I was dealing with right before I came in. And I was running around and my computer got corrupted yesterday. And so I don't have email or anything and IT's been working on it. So
You always have the best of luck.
I
in
know,
your
that's crisis services.
Yeah.
That's crisis services. And, I tell my staff too, we work best under crisis because that's what we do. So, we just figure it out. But otherwise, I mean, things are going well. I did get numbers right before I came and we are at about 157 clients on the year right now. And so that's looking like we're gonna serve more than last year.
And you haven't gotten to summer yet where you usually
Yeah.
really pick up. so.
Right, we're not to summer yet. We've been seeing a lot of people moving around, just trying to find somewhere to land, honestly, in a community what community will help the most. That just puts us in a spot because, the community's getting to where we can't keep up with what we've got. So, hopefully these other programs come through because that's what we wrote them for, was to help with that situation. And so, if not, and these don't work, then I'm just gonna have to start looking and being, I don't know, trying to find other ways that we can fit into the box of some of these other grant funds and seeing if we can apply and qualify. So otherwise, hopefully I'm not coming back and begging the city and county and everyone I don't see it getting to that point. I just, it's just gonna be tough for a bit. So anyway.
It usually gets tougher before it gets better.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, next year at this time when I'm in here to talk to you guys, it'll probably be a thing in the past and things will be fine.
So that's my hope. So anyway, thank you. As always, if you guys ever have any questions for me, call. I tried to put as many numbers and things in there as I could for you guys. And I also, I wanted to list out our funding too, so you can kind of see where, it all kind of shakes out. Really, we're about 50 to 60% of our funds are federal funds.
And you bring in still well over 150,000 just.
And contributions and fundraising, yeah, we're about at 200 now. It's hard to get over that, with events that just by doing events. We did well in Grow Green Match,
Good.
this year, and we normally do pretty good in that, but none of that is enough to sustain the shelter. Our budget this year with our new programs is 1.1 million. And, if I didn't do any programs and it was just the shelter, I think we could probably get by on like 550,000 a year. But that's cutting all other programs and just running the shelter and bare minimum staff. And, that's just too big of an ask for this community to do year after year. So, we've got to find funding, if this other funding doesn't come through. So, yeah, but it's all going to be okay, right? I think it's going to be good. And a lot of the agency directors right now are already meeting. And we're talking about how we're all going to get through this, how we can support each other, what we can, who can give and who can take, and, share resources in this thing. So, luckily we are in a community where everybody kind of gets together and works together amongst social service agencies, and we don't have so much of that competition and that I see in other communities. So I think that will also help us, just our community, kind of get through that as well. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
See me. Well, thanks.
Yes, thanks, Emily.
I know,
Look,
hopefully
there.
I can get into my computer, have my email back. And all the construction workers are out of the shelter. So we've got a lot of little kiddos right now too. I think,
That's tough.
yeah, I think we have, between all of our families, I think we've got 7 kiddos that are gonna be under the age of 7. So, I mean, that's sad to see, but it also just makes things hard. I don't have little kids at home anymore, so I'm not used to hearing all of that. And the mom and me is constant like, where are they at? They run out the back door. So it's just difficult when we have kids there to get a lot of work done, and especially when they're not school age. So,
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a lot. Anytime somebody wants to come and just sit in our office for a little bit, I would love to have you just kind of see, how it
Might just take you up on that.
yeah, to see how a day goes at the shelter, and kind of what we do and the phone calls we take, and I think it would be interesting and probably open your eyes to a lot of just the struggles that this community has, because we get a lot of calls that aren't even it's not us, they're just trying to figure out what to do and where to go, and we're there 24 hours a day, so they can call us anytime. But yeah, people are definitely struggling.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you. So anytime you call, if you
Okay.
have questions.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. I remember the one year I was on the Social Service Advisory Board, we were going through deliberations, and contractor was doing some work or something, they hit the water valve and just flooded the complete second and first floor.
Huh.
I think that was in 2012 or 2013.
Nobody could find the water main.
Yeah. They hit the main part of the van and it just shot water all down through the other 2 floors. So I had to technically shut down for like 8 weeks and figure out where to get everybody placed and how to make everything work outside of the shelter.
Oh, goodness.
I was thinking the adults and the little kiddos that are impacted, along with it.
Yeah, it doesn't just impact them, it scars them pretty bad, Anyway, I don't have anything else. It's been a pretty long day.
Yeah, me either.
Okay.
I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah, I wish I could take a nap, but I gotta head to Wamego.
Well, I would make a motion to adjourn the May 8th meeting of the Riley County Commissioners.
Second.
And moved and seconded to adjourn the May 8th meeting of Riley County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.